Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Publicly Buzzed Live on a very unusual Sunday morning. I can't even talk this morning. I just woke up, guys. I appreciate everyone for being here. Thank you so much. I see some people are popping in the chat here. This is going to be a little bit of a different episode for Publicly Buzzed, and it will be moving forward on Sundays. I'm going to plan on doing some classic trials on Sunday mornings, again, starting at 9 a.m. Eastern time. I know other people in the chat here are maybe living in different parts of the world and maybe even better times for them. I see Leanne, it's 2 p.m. wherever she's at, which is awesome. But I appreciate everyone for coming through and hanging out. Again, I know it's going to be a little bit different. I haven't ever covered a trial before. I've been saying on Twitter I wanted to get my feet wet with covering a trial. I work a regular job, a 40-hour job during the week, so I can't really cover anything heavily during the week. You know, I try to cover stuff during the night, during my episodes, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. But it is difficult just because there's so much always going on, and I wish I had more time. So I'm going to take a little bit more time out of the weekend. I'm always off on Sundays. Starting again right now, get used to it. Hopefully, you know, it'll become part of your routine. 9 a.m. Eastern time, we'll go over some classic trials, and we're going to start with the Jeffrey Dahmer trial. Literally beginning to end, this entire thing's on Court TV. Hopefully this will not be any kind of copyright issue. That would suck. But yeah, thank you very much. See Mosh in here, Dan, Bonnie, CR. Yeah, hold on, let me, right here. Bonnie became a member. Thank you so much, Bonnie. First of all, let me get the chat rocking here so I can pop it up on the screen for you guys. Yeah, you guys are already coming through unbelievably. Thank you guys so much. Let me just pop that right here, and we'll get that out of the way right now, my friends. Bonnie Bailey, thank you so much for becoming a member. Appreciate that. Buzzed and confused.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Loving it. Early. Great way to start a Sunday morning. And then CR, one of our favorites here. Thank you so much, CR, coming through. Also gifting a Publicly Buzzed membership to Willow. Classic. Love Willow as well. Thank you guys both. Happy Sunday morning.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Sharona, thank you for coming in here. Jay, thank you for coming in here, brother. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're going to jump into this thing here. And I've also got a notepad ready to go. I'm be taking notes as we go, guys. And yeah, I'm excited to jump in this first ever Publicly Buzzed trial. Let's go. Again, thank you guys all for hanging out. I appreciate it. Hit that like as you come in as well. Of course, that helps out the algorithm. And yeah, let's rock and roll.
Harry, Circuit Court, Branch 33 in Milwaukee County is now in session. The Honorable Lawrence C. Graham, Jr. presiding. Silence is commanded. You may be seated.
Jurors, at the beginning of every trial, the lawyers are afforded an opportunity to make what we call an opening statement. And I've heard recently a lot of people refer to it as an opening argument. It's not an argument. It's an opening statement. And it's something, it's not evidence in the case, but rather it's something that's designed...
Oh, real quick, I should have put a little bit more emphasis on this as well. Anybody that's not, I mean, everyone probably watched the Netflix special. But yeah, this is actually, so they already know that Jeffrey Dahmer murdered these people. Okay. He pled guilty, but insane. So what this trial is actually for is to basically, for a jury will decide if Dahmer was insane during those crimes. That is what this trial is actually for here. He's already pled guilty, but by insanity.
To the jurors, for it gives each of the lawyers an opportunity to give you an outline, thumbnail sketch. Sometimes it's referred to as a roadmap of where he's going with the case. Another way it's sometimes pictured, and I note that, thanks to one of our court reporters, you have some jigsaw puzzles back there in the jury room. And if you kind of view a case as being a jigsaw puzzle, and as the various witnesses come to the witness stand, they give you various pieces of that puzzle. But anybody who's ever worked on those puzzles, if you've got that cover in front of you, that you can see what the whole picture is supposed to look like, it's a lot more helpful as far as putting those various pieces together. The opening statement is that big picture. And that's what the lawyers are trying to accomplish when they make their opening statements. Now, we have a certain order that we follow throughout this trial, and as we've talked in jury selection, this is kind of unique in terms of the order we have here, because in this case, the defendant has the burden of proof, and so throughout the trial, it's the defendant who will always go first, and thus, Mr. Boyle has the opportunity of making the first opening statement. Mr. Boyle?
Yes.
Before we get into these open statements, Jay, thank you very much, brother, coming through with another membership, 1 month membership, and saying, dude, this is an awesome idea. I love the content.
Welcome to the party, pal.
And yeah, Jay, of course, streams every single day, rocking trials all the time. And yeah, thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
Hey, please, court. And Mr. McCann, O'Mara, White, Miller. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we now begin an odyssey, the results of which, in a short period of time, will result in a decision to be made by you and you alone as to whether or not Jeffrey Dahmer did, at the time he committed these horrific murders to which he has pled guilty, whether or not he was suffering from a mental disease, the result of which that he lacked substantial capacity to either appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of law. It is very difficult for an advocate not to be an advocate, not to argue, not to try and convince at all stages. I cannot attempt to convince you of anything now. The time for that to happen will come in what's called closing argument, when I will say in closing argument that as it relates to some, one, or all of these offenses, that I have proved to a reasonable certainty by the greater weight of the credible evidence that Mr. Dahmer was not responsible because of this mental disease and the legal definition of insanity as I've said it. Now, I know from having been with you folks for the last 3 days that we have a jury here that is fresh, that has no opinion and is going to listen to the evidence. But it's very difficult for you to understand what the rest of us understand because we've been working on this case for so many months. And we are here trying to tell you things for not any other reason than to hopefully make you understand as this is progressing down the road of evidence as to what is happening in this courtroom so you can say, good, I understand it. If I were to try to explain to you the game of football, in order for you who have just come in from some place that never saw the game played, it might take me hours, if not weeks, for you to understand all the nuances. What I am doing here in a very, very brief period of time is trying to lay out for you what I say I have accepted to be my burden, and that is my burden. And I understand that. So in that regard, what I want to do is to tell you to completely disregard that long list of witnesses that I read to you. Because now that we're at this point in time, certain decisions had to be made by myself with the advice and counsel of the people who are assisting me as to how this case should proceed. And it really hasn't varied for a long period of time, but we had to name a lot of witnesses because at the last moment if something became important and we hadn't put that witness's name down, we might be foreclosed. And that's why both Mr. McCann and I have done what we've done. And I would like to tell you how this case is going to proceed before I get into some of the other details. I anticipate And I know that the judge is going to give you some general idea as to what Mr. Dahmer pled guilty to, the 15 counts. You see, there were 17 homicides, but 15 charged. The evidence is going to show that the first homicide took place in a place called Bath, Ohio in the year 1978.
1978. Leanne White, thank you for coming through and becoming a member as well. Appreciate the hell out of that. You're going to get one of these.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Love it, Leanne. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, Dahmer's first victim was in 1978. His next victim wasn't for almost another decade. Straight out of high school, he picked up a hitchhiker, and I'm sure anybody that had seen the Netflix special and familiar with the Dahmer case, it's a very famous case, knows, he almost went an entire decade before actually committing, and I think he actually did maybe go an entire decade before committing another murder, and then, in his own words, he became uncontrollable and could not stop. And his father, after, early on, he had so many issues. He ended up going to the Army. They ended up sending him to the Army. He ended up getting discharged for alcohol abuse. He had terrible, alcohol issues throughout his life. His father got tired of it, sent him to Wisconsin with his grandma, and that's where he ended up going on the absolute rampage that he did.
That the second homicide took place in Milwaukee, but because of the nature of the homicide, it was not a charged homicide, but it's going to be discussed. It's going to be discussed. Everything's going to be discussed, but that certainly is going to be discussed. The rest of the homicides that took place in Milwaukee County. You will be made known about every aspect of it.
That'd be awesome as shit, Jay. Yeah. Hey, Publicly Buzzed. Shannon just said maybe for certain prior trials you do. She can do a Friday night psych for the person you were watching. Not Dahmer, though. She can't handle him. And I understand that. I know Dahmer was going to be difficult, but that's awesome. Yeah, tell Shannon, thank you very much. I'd definitely take her up on that. That's sweet as hell.
And the person...
Yeah, I get it. Some of them are difficult, honestly. I mean, and this one is definitely one of them.
Going to speak to you about every aspect of it is Jeffrey Dahmer. But he is going to speak to you through the members of the Milwaukee Police Department.
Oh, man.
The first of whom I'm going to summon as my very first witness. And that is the detective and or detectives, depending upon how they want to split up the testimony, who are going to read a very, very, very long confession to you. And this confession is going to have details that will cause you to be uncomfortable, but I'm sure that you will listen to the words for the purposes that you must know all of this information. Because subsequent to this confession, Jeffrey Dahmer talked to a lot of other people. He talked to a whole bevy of psychiatrists and psychologists and others. And the reason he did that was because every citizen in this country has an absolute right to have it investigated as to whether or not when they did any act, that they were...
This is why you need a defense attorney. This is why you need them. I mean, at the end of the day...
of sound mind. And I'm going to use these phrases, sanity, with the clear-cut understanding, as Mr. McCann brought to your attention, and as I have brought to your attention, that the legal definition for the purposes of the criminal justice system of insanity is the one I have just told you, as the one I'm confident Mr. McCann will remind you of, and as the judge will instruct you. So if I use the word sane or insane, if I use the word kooky, crazy, all those words are being used to portray a state of mind. And I submit to you that the testimony...
Please don't use the word kooky to describe Jeffrey Dahmer. Will?
...testimony that the doctors will bring to your attention, all the doctors, will give to you a very sound, deep basis for you making the ultimate decision. I am going to call into this courtroom 3 doctors, 2 psychiatrists and 1 psychologist. Dr. Berlin of Johns Hopkins University, a PhD in psychology and a doctor of medicine with a specialty in psychiatry, is going to testify in this case. I'm going to bring into this courtroom a Dr. Carol Wallstrom, a psychiatrist, a doctor of medicine, who's at Rush Presbyterian Hospital in the field of psychiatry, who's going to testify as to his opinion. I'm going to bring into this courtroom a doctor by the name of Judith Becker, a doctor of psychology, who is from the University of Arizona in Tucson, who is going to come in and testify as to her opinion, as to Jeffrey Dahmer's mental state at the time that he committed these offenses. But they are not the decision makers. You are going to be the decision makers. And for you to make those decisions, I must, and I am duty bound, to bring to your attention every single aspect of Mr. Dahmer's life, of Mr. Dahmer's conduct, so that you, when you make your decision, will be able to say, I had the facts needed for me to make the decision, whatever it may be. I know, because under the system of laws, we are forced to trade information with the other side, that Mr. McCann is likewise going to field in this courtroom super professionals who are likewise going to give their opinions. And the court will likewise have an expert that will testify in this court. So you're going to be equipped, when it's all over with everything you need to know to make your decision. And the purpose of this court proceeding is a search for the truth. And in that regard, we must not keep anything from you you're entitled to hear. We obviously make tactical decisions so that you may make the proper decision. On the night of Mr. Dahmer's arrest, a man by the name of Tracy Edwards was present with Mr. Dahmer. The evidence is going to show that he was about to be the next victim. Through fate, he did not become a victim, and the saga of Mr. Dahmer ended at that time, and in fact began at that time. It was subsequent to his arrest, very shortly thereafter, as the police will tell you, as Detective Murphy or Detective Kennedy will tell you, that Mr. Dahmer confessed to all, to everything. As best he could, under the constraints that he was placed in, he gave a full and complete statement to the Milwaukee Police Department, to the officers from Bath, Ohio, to the officers from the West Dallas Police Department, because in fact, acts took place in West Dallas and one act took place in Bath, Ohio. And you're going to hear every bit of that. And I want to say unequivocally a number of things that I think the evidence is going to show. This was not racial. The evidence is going to show, after you hear the testimony of Mr. Dahmer as told to the Milwaukee Police Department and as told to the doctors, Dr. Becker, Dr. Wallstrom, and Dr. Berlin, that Mr. Dahmer's obsession was to body form, not color. It is also a fact, as you know, that there was a lot of homosexual tendencies here, and the obsessiveness of Mr. Dahmer was clearly in the vein of fulfilling his sexual desires, which happened to be of a homosexual nature. This is not a case about homosexuality. So in that regard, I would like to give you some ideas as to what I think I'm supposed to be doing up here today. First of all, I am your servant, and I will be for as long as it takes to try this case. I'm an advocate of my client's cause. I'm an officer of the court, but I'm a servant of the jury to bring to your attention that which you need. So when it's all over with, you say, he did his job for me, and I appreciate that. I am not going to argue here. I have the greatest of respect for the people who are sitting in the position of the state of Wisconsin. Co-worker with Mr. McCann at one time in my life, a man of enormous, wonderful reputation, as is his staff. This is not going to be a combat show. This isn't, you see, the case is over. Mr. Dahmer has pled guilty to these 15 homicides. The case continues because under the law, as I have said, we are trying to find out the mind of this man.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a different trial in general from that perspective, right? Like they're actually here trying to prove that he was, mentally not insane at the time of the murders, and they're, his defense attorney's trying to argue that this man was insane at the time of these murders. So, sane or insane is what's on the table here for this one. So I thought it was interesting that he said, this is not going to be a battle.
Was he evil or was he sick? And I use that in a very shortened phrase. Does he meet the definition of insanity as the law will be defined to you for one, some, or all of these? I'm going to tell you basically what you can expect to learn from the witnesses about Jeffrey Dahmer. That he is 31 years of age. That he was born in Milwaukee, and his early life was very unremarkable, as the doctors will tell you, moving from this place to that place as his family moved. That when he was 5 years of age, he had a brother who was born into the family. Dr. Becker is going to start indicating certain facts that she is going to use to support her opinion, not absolutely, but matters of interest. And I don't think it's my job to stand here today and tell you every single fact.
It does look like amoebas. Like, I think it's wilted tulips too. Oh, sorry, the mic wasn't there. I think it does look like amoebas though on his tie. Like colorful amoebas. But I think it is probably wilted tulips. It's a dang tie, bro.
That these doctors are going to testify to. But I think it necessary for me to give you a general understanding of Jeffrey Dahmer and his life and his actions and his conduct to assist you that when these doctors are testifying, there would be a better flow in their testimony because you have some idea of how the game has been laid out to be played in this courtroom. And I don't mean game in the sense that this is not the most important matter that all of us will ever probably be confronted with in our entire lives. But we have to lay out the plan so as to help you. When Jeffrey Dahmer was in 8th grade, he started in doing some things of a sexual nature that were really the embryo of his, as what the doctors will testify. Remember, I'm saying, when I don't say the doctors will testify, as a given, these are things that I learned from the doctors that the doctors are going to testify to, not what I'm going to testify to, that the police department has brought to everyone's attention through the confession of Mr. Dahmer and statements Mr. Dahmer has made. We're going to find that when Mr. Dahmer was in 8th grade, he started into a series of sexual movements, and they took on the form of two things. He started masturbating on a daily basis, and the object of his fantasies while engaged in that self-abuse or self-conduct or whatever it's called, as the doctors will tell you,
I have to start drinking coffee myself, start doing these early morning streams. P. Fox, thank you for being here, P. Appreciate it.
Thoughts concerning young men of his age, young boys of his age. You will find in the testimony, and I don't want to say the testimony show, except that's what I'm talking about, the testimonial show, that even as an early teenager, he started becoming interested in bones of dead animals. He would take them home, he would bleach them, he would study them. None of this was discovered by any members of his family. None of the interests that he had were known to his family. The doctors are going to testify that basically his early years were unremarkable, no greatly different than most, but a few things different, that they will tell you what you might consider the import of that to be. It was when he was 14 years of age, as he has told the parties, and I'm confident at this juncture when Detective Murphy and Detective Kennedy testify, you will get some understanding and you'll be able to judge the credibility of Jeffrey Dahmer in his dealings with all the parties concerned. But it was when he was about 14 years of age, he first came up with the idea of using a corpse for sexual purposes. He fantasized either having a corpse or a mannequin to use, and it was at that time that he had his first actual consensual homosexual encounter with a peer. He discovered his homosexuality and accepted it. He will tell you through the doctors he didn't understand it, but it caused him no concern other than the fact that he realized what he was. It was while he was in high school that this fantasy of his, doing things with dead things, started showing up when in a biology class he dissected a baby pig and took the head home with him, took the skin off and kept the skull. Three doctors are going to come into this courtroom and they're going to tell you that their opinion is that Jeffrey Dahmer suffers from a mental disorder, and it is called paraphilia. Without my trying to be a doctor and defining it for you, except generally, paraphilia is an arousal of a sexual...
Let's bring that over here real quick. Paraphilia. I totally butchered the spelling of it, of course. A condition characterized by abnormal sexual desires, typically involving extreme or dangerous activities.
Nature to an inanimate object, a body part, or a process. And this paraphilia, there's all kinds of paraphilias. And the doctors are going to tell you about the different kinds of paraphilias. But the paraphilia that best exemplifies the paraphilia that Jeffrey Dahmer had, which they will claim is, in their opinion, a mental disorder, which they will state in Jeffrey Dahmer was a mental disease. Their paraphilia that they found was necrophilia. And necrophilia is a disorder of the mind where there is a desire to have sexual contact with dead bodies. That's what they're going to say Jeffrey Dahmer was. He was a lot more than that, but that's the mainstay of his condition, was his desire for dead bodies, to have sex with dead bodies. Armed with that information, here now, I'm going to continue on in the chronology of Jeffrey Dahmer's life so that you may understand how that embryo of that may fit, as the doctors will testify. There came a time in 1975 or 76 that Jeffrey Dahmer's obsession...
Yeah, we had to dissect baby pigs as well. We did the frog, and then the weirdest one in like 5th grade, we had a student in our class that his teacher was a college teacher or a professor, however you want to say it, but his mom, for whatever reason, I guess it was a normal thing in that college class for her to bring like owl poop or owl pellets. I don't know which is the proper way to say that, but to dissect the actual owl shit. And you'd find like, you could almost like put together like little bones and stuff of some of the stuff that these owls had eaten. It's pretty wild. But yeah, we did a baby pig too, man. It was actually way crazier than the frog, I thought. Like, it's the texture of the pig, right?
With this sexual desire and fantasy and obsession, got to the point where he saw a man who lived somewhere in the general area where he lived, running, jogging every day. He would see him jogging down the road. And he became so attached to the concept of having sex with this man that he went home and he sawed off a baseball bat so that he could get on his bike and ride past the man.
God, I'm triggering Shannon right now. The owl talk.
And hit him in the head with the baseball bat and knock him out so as to take him up into the woods and have sex with him.
It's too weird.
That's what his quest was. And he put that quest into play and got on that bicycle and went out to find this man. And thanks be to God, the man...
Fuck? What school did you go to, Kaylin? Jesus Christ, we had to dissect a squid too. Wow. That sounds wild as hell. Right here, Spider Baby. I dissected owl poop in elementary school in cow's eyes. Whoa. Never heard of the cow's eyes either. At least somebody else had the owl poop. At least I've always felt weird. Like, you know, everyone's like, oh, we dissected frogs. I'm like, oh yeah, we did the frogs too in middle school, but we also had the pigs. I'm like, oh yeah, we had the pigs. Then I always throw in at the last part, we also dissected owl poop in 5th grade. And everyone's like, what? So thank you, Spider Baby. I'm not the only one dissecting owl poop out here. Jay Jones, I was in high school when all of this went down. It was crazy as fuck when they were wheeling those barrels out of that place because we know there were victims in them. Yeah, those scenes of them taking stuff out of that apartment is absolutely traumatizing. Thank you for being here, Jones. Appreciate it.
And had never jogged that way again. So it didn't happen. But the doctors are going to tell you what that meant in the grand scheme of things as it is to the mind of Jeffrey Dahmer. Beginning when he was about 16 years of age, and this would be in the years of 76, 77, he started collecting animals, always dead animals. And there's going to be testimony as to why that's significant. Never killed a live animal, but would go on the roads and find roadkill, dogs, other type of animals that have been struck by cars that were laying there, and he would take them home. And he started.
Yeah, at least the owl poop, Bobby, is just poop, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it sucks that it's poop, but it's not an actual corpse.
Having a fascination of wanting to see what they look like inside, and he would open them up. One time, he took off the head of a dog and put it on a
Yeah, my teacher was actually Leatherface.
stake and hung it out so that everybody could see it, primarily for shock value. This obsession of this dead animals and doing things with them started becoming something that became more and more into his life, into his head. The way he conducted himself in high school.
Thank you, Austin Rains. I appreciate it. Good morning. Happy Sunday. Hold on. I think I took it down there. Boom. Coming through with that $4.99. Good morning. Pumped for this Sunday special. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, I appreciate it. I love it, Austin. Thank you. Yeah, every Sunday morning, going to be trying to come on here. Going to be covering this one at the beginning. It's going to take a couple of weeks to get through this. There's a lot here on courttv.com, but yeah, then we'll go into probably another classic trial, and hopefully I can start covering some newer trials as we move forward. So thank you so much, Austin. Appreciate it.
We made known to you. Take it for what it's worth and what it meant. Doctors are going to be asked, they're going to be testifying to how a person who starts acting like this at a certain age and is now 31 can go on day in and day out living what ostensibly appears to be the kind of things that most people would do. Goes to work, eats food, goes out for dinner, goes to the store. They're going to tell you what that means in the mind of a Jeffrey Dahmer whose life starts taking on an obsession and a fantasy that is so foreign to us that we can't even comprehend it. But for the next 2 weeks, we're going to be asked to at least listen to it and try and understand what it's all about. His home life changed a lot. There was some problems in his mother and father's marriage. There was an ultimate divorce. He was about 18 at the time. It was traumatic, and he became somewhat of a recluse. He isolated himself, spent a lot of time alone, started internalizing, as the doctors will tell you, started internalizing his feelings, and they'll explain that to you. Internalization means you keep them to yourself. Then as he became a senior in high school, he started getting these thoughts about going out and finding a hitchhiker and killing him and having sex with him. That started to become his quest, the thing that he wanted to do, the desire that was staying.
Real quick, Angel, can you imagine Tracy Edwards sitting there in front of Dahmer after hearing what he almost ended up like? Yeah, that's actually the first thing we ever did in the true crime community. It was during the Netflix show, during the height of that, but me and Dan did that testimony with Tracy Edwards on the stand, which we'll go through that again, I'm sure, but that was actually the first thing we ever did crime related on this channel.
With him at all times. after he graduated from high school, there came a time in his life when, because of his family situation, he was alone. And one night, to the regret of the world at large, to the regret of the victim's family, Mr. Dahmer and his family, the horror scene starts. He is driving around and he sees a hitchhiker, and the hitchhiker doesn't have a shirt on, and Jeffrey Dahmer wants his body. His body. That's his fantasy, the body. Not the height, not the age, not the color, the body. And he picks up this hitchhiker and he takes him back to his home. And suddenly he picks up a barbell and he renders the man unconscious. And he killed him. He strangled him. He undressed him. And the evidence is going to show that at that time, now having his fantasy a reality, he masturbated on the dead man's body. Two days later, having hidden the body, he opened it up. He wanted to see what it looked like on the inside. He put the body in a bag, attempted to drop it off, get rid of it, stopped by the police for a traffic violation of some sort. Took the body back because he was afraid it would be discovered, obviously, and he hid it. He separated the skull from that body and masturbated in front of it. Now, make no mistake, this is a sad commentary I'm telling you. I take absolutely no delight in telling anybody any of these things. I tell them to you because you must know these things. I grieve for the family of Mr. Hicks. Anyone who doesn't believe that, choose not to, but I do. But if I don't tell you these things, I should not be a lawyer in this courtroom, so I'm going to continue to tell you this horrific story. I also ask that if any time you're uncomfortable for any reason whatsoever, if any of you need a break while I am talking for any reason, if you raise your hand, I'm sure the judge will take care of whatever situation there is, whatever discomfort is, and then we can take a short recess.
And right here, Angel D. Wow. You're old school then. Tracy Edwards was on the stand. On the stand was how I found your channel. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, I'm actually going to post that. It's really old. This is like, I mean, God, that show's it's been a year now. I'll post that in the that video in the chat here. So if you guys want to go back and watch the beginning of me and Dan jumping into crime. Literally the beginning.
Suggesting for any reason. After Mr. Dahmer finally succeeded in his first quest, a lot of other things started happening to him.
It's the oldest live we have from 7 months ago. The next one is from 4 months ago.
Drinking a lot. Testimony is going to show he started crying about what he had done.
That's amazing, Angel. Thank you so much for hanging around, too.
Very high-strung. And at that time, having graduated from high school, some career decisions had to be made and followed, and they were, and he went to Ohio State University, only to fail in the first 6 months.
Dan wakes up, maybe we can get him on here, huh?
Fail because, as the doctors will tell you, what he had done a few months before was too haunting for him to concentrate on what he was supposed to be doing. So he escaped to the military, and he escaped to the military and became a field medic stationed in Germany, and was there for a long period of time. And there started coming into his life a lot more ways of handling his fantasies, handling his desires, and handling his obsessions. and he got very heavy into pornography. He got very heavy into excessive masturbation to try and stop these urges from growing, or at least put the lid on them. And he started drinking an awful lot. Now, a lawyer in a courtroom is to present facts and not have policy statements issued. This is not a policy statement on the pluses or minuses of pornography. That's not the issue here. What is the issue here is what effect it had on Jeffrey Dahmer, one way or the other, and that will be discussed. When he came out of the service, he went down to Florida to try to live in that environment, that geographical change, but he didn't stay there very long. He came back to Bath, Ohio. One time, I think the testimony is going to show, we're going to talk about his troubles with the law. There was a drunken, disorderly problem that he had in the state of Ohio at about this time. Florida was not a pleasant thing. Coming back to Bath, Ohio was not pleasant. And his first order of business about coming back to Bath, Ohio, was he had to get rid of that body. He had secreted that body because he didn't know what to do with it. But when he came back, he got rid of it. He destroyed it. You're going to learn that Jeffrey Dahmer, in the performance of these horrific homicides, was in fact making what was human beings disappear into oblivion by destroying the very materials that made up the body, except for those parts that he wished to retain for his purposes. So he got rid of the body parts.
No, Richard, I'm actually going to be playing this this part. I'm going to be playing the prosecution opening statement, and then we're also going to be going into Detective Patrick Kennedy's testimony here. So we're going to be doing 1, 2, and 3 of this, as you can see here. Make sure that's on the screen, everybody can see it. There's a lot. So we're going to be, we'll be doing this for a few Sundays. I'm only going that deep today because then we go into Dennis Murphy, and it's 3 different parts, and they're all about an hour each. So they're going to be, next Sunday will be Murphy, and then we'll probably go into maybe a couple more if we have time. But yeah, today I'm going to go through these first 3 here, 1, 2, and 3, 2 opening statements, and then the Patrick Kennedy stuff. So
he smashed him up and got him into
I'll be on here to about 1:32, something like that. We're putting in a little bit of time.
The woods. And then he left Bath, Ohio, and he went to West Dallas to live with his grandmother. His fantasies never changed. They were ever present, as the doctors will tell you, as we have learned in this story. But he was able to cap them off without destruction by utilizing things available to him, such as pornography, masturbation, and things of that nature. In August of '82, he was charged with and convicted of disorderly conduct because he had exposed himself in the form of urination at State Fair Park. He started to frequent sexually explicit bookstores for magazines, but he never approached anybody in those stores because of his personality, which was, as it will be testified to, quiet.
Humans are scary as fuck.
Shy, alone. It'll be shown that he had no friends, as we understand that concept. And as a result, he was very isolated. The doctors will indicate during this period of time, he was very depressed and lonely. 4.5 years after he had killed Mr. Hicks. In the mid-'80s...
Okay, good to know, Jay. Yeah, just be careful if the commercials come on. Make sure to mute them to avoid copyright. That's good to know. I was worried about that during the whole thing. I was like, man, hopefully Court TV is not going to come after people. I know that you had done some Court TV stuff, and I'd even shown a little bit. So, yeah, good to know. Thank you, brother.
Violated the law again by a shoplifting charge where he took a jacket. 1983, he got a job at the blood center.
I remember the one, Kalen, the dating show one, when he actually won, and then the chick didn't go on the date because he creeped her out, something like that.
Fantasies were such that he tasted blood while in the performance of that job. Didn't like it, never did it again. But the fantasy, the desire, the obsession will be brought to your attention as to why he would do that. Period of time thereafter, he continued to frequent these bookstores. His fantasies stayed the same. 83 to 85, we have a period of life of attempt to control and control. He tried to change. He tried to cut down on his masturbation, got it down to a once-a-week occurrence. He started going to church with his grandmother. He started reading religious books. He tried to repress his fantasy, and he stayed away from pornography as best he could. He tried.
Yeah. This guy, just real quick. This was the dating show guy, right?
Their name, age, occupation, or income, okay? And we're going to start by having them say hello to you and see how they sound. Number one, would you
dating
say
game
hello
killer.
to Cheryl, please?
We're going to have a great time together, Cheryl.
Okay. And here we go.
Bachelor number one,
Yes.
what's your best time?
The best time is at night, nighttime,
Why do you say that?
because that's the only time there is.
The only time? What's wrong with morning, afternoon?
Well, they're okay, but nighttime's when it really gets good. Then you're really ready.
I'm a drama teacher, and I'm going to audition each of you for my private class. Bachelor number one. You're a dirty old man. Take it.
Come on, over here.
Oh, honey, we ought to go out and boogie.
Really?
These old 70s, this might be from the early 80s, but these old 70s shows with the dating game vibe, dude, they get so dirty.
Bachelor number one. I am serving you for dinner.
Oh,
What
All right, that fit the topic of this episode way too fucking perfectly.
are you called, and what do you look like?
I'm called the banana, and I look really good.
Can you be a little more descriptive?
Peel me.
Later, Bachelor one, later.
Welcome back to the
Then she
dating
picks
game.
this
And
guy.
Cheryl, we have reached the moment of truth, as we call it. You've heard from the bachelors. You got some great dramatic presentations, some good answers. But now I'm going to ask you a question. Will that date be bachelor number one, bachelor number two, or bachelor number three? Who gets the dates?
Well, I like bananas, so I'll take one.
Number one, bachelor number one. All right. Well, there they go.
Fucking weird, man. Yeah.
Got a job at a chocolate factory here in town.
We'll take a detour every now and then.
And then something happened in 1985 that the doctors will tell you is significant. It was significant
Wow,
because
Pete
Jeffrey
Fox, you're in the right place. Wow.
Dahmer, who was trying, was sitting in a library reading a book. And as he was reading the book, according to the reports that he gives to the doctors, to which the doctors will testify, suddenly a sheet of paper
What
in the
game show
form
were
of
you
a
on,
note
Kaylin?
was thrown into the book he was
That's
reading.
awesome.
And as he saw this young fellow walking away who had thrown the book, the sheet of paper in the book, he opened it up. And the words were, "Meet me in the bathroom. I'll give you a blowjob." We now have a critical moment in time where Jeffrey Dahmer, the man of many fantasies, is for the first time propositioned. But he doesn't fall yet. But very shortly thereafter, his control started falling apart. The reading religious books, to going to church, to trying to change your life around. The control of the fantasies as best he could. and he gave up. Started going back to the video games, video rooms, see the pornography. Started meeting people. Started having sex, real sex with people. In the desire to have his fantasies fulfilled.
Wait, what's the Weakest Link one? I'm not familiar with that one. The Weakest Link had a murderer too? What the fuck?
Wasn't that satisfying, having sex with live people, but he did it. To try and control, he started going to gay bars, and he started finding that he couldn't stop following these desires. He had no relationship with anyone other than a fast one-night stand, one-action stand.
Thank you for being here, just Samantha.
And then he started thinking, if I can keep them, they
cool,
can't leave me.
That sounds crazy. Fear factor in modeling? What did they have you eating some wild shit while you were like, dressed to the nines, dressed to the tens, right?
So he started thinking about drugging people. He started thinking about drugging people so that he would have control over them and that they would have to do his bidding because they couldn't resist doing his bidding. He desperately wanted to have somebody remain with him. But in order to fulfill his fantasies, having killed one fella, he tried to do a couple of things. He stayed all night in Boston's store one night till all the doors were closed, and he stole the male mannequin, brought it home with him, thinking that this might be a way out for him of his fantasies. Grandmother found the mannequin, and mannequin idea went. Didn't work. He started looking in the obituary section of the paper to find young people that might have died. And he went to various funeral homes to see the remains, and he decided that he found one.
The connections between
and he attempted
people going on these shows and murders. It's way too many. Like 3's too many right now.
To go to the cemetery to dig up that body, but he was unable to do it because the ground was so frozen. So he had no body. His sexual problems continued, and in '86, he was arrested for exposing himself in public. '86 starts to become a crucial year, as the doctors will tell you, because he bought a large TV and VCR and started buying very heavy porno videos. And he started going to a lot of bath clubs, and his object was looking for the best-looking guy. And then he would do is he would...
The judge has to pull that out. Has to pull that line out.
Drug that person in those bathhouses, the person he chose with a drug called Halcyon, which he was getting prescribed to himself for his alleged inability to sleep. But he didn't use it. It was only to put others out. So in their state, he could control and fulfill the fantasies that had been in his mind all this time. He would masturbate and masturbate and masturbate when this was happening with these drugged people. He would engage in light sex with them, and then when they were out, he would do them as he saw fit, but not killing any of them. He never injured, at least by physical trauma, any of these men that he drugged up until this point in time that he met at the bathhouses. Part of the reason that his fantasy was such that it was taking on this course is because when they were awake to engage in consensual sex, he was unable to perform for the most part. It was only after they were unconscious that his performance level went to the point where he was satisfied with it. He had to have that in order to perform. Did this about 10 to 15 times, and suddenly it became pretty clear as to who was dropping the knockout pills, so he was barred from these bath clubs, no longer able to go there. So he started taking men to hotel rooms, and we...
Lori Daybell on Wheel of Fortune? Hold on, who said that? P. Fox. And I think I found it, if this is her. What are the fucking odds? What the fuck, dude? Hold on. Is it though? I can't really tell, honestly. I think so. I think it is. It's from 2004. I'm not gonna play too much of that. I feel like they're gonna probably nix me for that, but what the hell?
Have a number of times,
so many.
7, 8, 9, 10 times, where he would take consenting adults, go to a hotel, and do whatever they do, and then it would be over. He didn't hurt them, didn't drug them. This would be ended. But he would have no...
Where's the conspiracy there? Friday night's episode. We're going to be going down the conspiracy rabbit hole of murders that end up on fucking television shows, game shows, no less. Not even just television.
Relationship thereafter. The world, as we know it to be, started getting singed in November of 1987 when Jeffrey Dahmer started on a killing spree. Since the murder of Mr. Hicks did not occur in the state of Wisconsin, it is a matter for the Ohio authorities. You're going to hear the name of Mr. Toomey, who was Mr. Dahmer's second victim, first victim in Milwaukee County, but an uncharged homicide for reasons that will become clear. The rest of the 15 murders that took place after that were the charged murders. He met this gentleman and he took him to the Ambassador Hotel, and it was agreed that they would have consensual sex. His intention was not to kill him. His intention was to drink and have sex. And that took place, except that Mr. Dahmer and Mr. Toomey passed out from very, very strong rum that they were drinking, 150 proof rum. When Mr. Dahmer woke up, he was laying on top of Mr. Toomey, and Mr. Toomey was dead. Dead. A massive bruise was viewed by Mr. Dahmer, so he knows he killed him. But he doesn't know when or how. But he knew this man was dead, and he was now in the Ambassador Hotel with a dead body, having signed in for just the night. So he went down trying to figure out what he was going to do about this terrible problem. And he went down to one of the malls, bought a big suitcase. He went back to the Ambassador Hotel, signed up for another night, and in the stealth of the night, he put this body into this large suitcase, called a cab, and took it to his grandmother's house, where he was living. Put it down into a fruit cellar and left it there for a period of time. And then one morning, while his grandmother was at church, he took the body out of the suitcase, and he slit it open. And he masturbated. And he removed the head and retained it for a long period of time. And his sexual fantasies that he had and his conduct with that horrible thing that happened will be the subject matter of some discussions by the doctors. Dr. Berlin and Dr. Wallstrom and Dr. Becker will tell you when he woke up in the Ambassador Hotel, it was all over. Mr. Dahmer would continue to do this until it was stopped. I am to tell you that his experimentation on bodies started at that time. Started boiling and bleaching the skull. And he saved the skull for at least a week. And he would masturbate on a few occasions before he disposed of the body, which he did in the cellar of his grandmother's house by having the spillage through the sewer system, by smashing the bones, and by putting them in disposal bags and putting them in garbage cans.
Smell like a bathroom.
If I had my druthers, I would love to tell this story without mentioning anybody's name. But I can't do that. So when I mention the names of the victims, I do it hopefully with a religious intonation, because they were the most unfortunate victims anyone can imagine, that they had this happen to them. I'm going to ask Mr. Lefevre to stand up here and hold up some cards to show you, as I will read down the names of these people as to when they died, so that you will understand what I am I'm talking about as I talk. So you come up and grab the first one. The victims, and I don't know if you can see it from there, so maybe we can stand up here. We have listed the victims of Mr. Dahmer's murders. As I said, the first one was a Mr. Stephen Hicks, who died in June 25th, 1978. The second one, uncharged for the reasons that should be clear, there's no recollection of how it happened, was Mr. Stephen Tomey, who died in November of 1987. The first charged murder is that of Mr. James Dockstader, a youngster, born in 1973, died in January of 88. Mr. Guerrero was the second victim, charged victim. And I'm going to say charged victim because we concentrate on those, because you're going to have to make a decision on each one of these. Which man was killed in March of 88? Mr. Anthony Sears was killed in March of 89. And if you, as I'm talking, see the difference in the term of months that took place almost a year later. The next gentleman who was killed was Mr. Raymond Smith, who died in May of 1990. He was also known as Ricky Lee Beats. July of 1990, Mr. Edward Smith was killed. And then 2 months later, Mr. Ernest Miller from Chicago. I believe at this juncture, prior to this killing, these were folks from Milwaukee area, except for that Mr. Hicks. Let me indicate to you that in preparation for my opening statement, I do as much as I can to be accurate on facts. I'm sure you're not going to hold me to every single thing. If I said something happened on a Tuesday that it might not happen on a Wednesday, that's not important. The evidence will tell you what the exact facts are. I'm trying to give you an overlay, so if it later turns out that I was wrong on a name even, or a place even, that's my error. Doesn't mean that I was trying in any way to take advantage of anybody by fooling them. That's just a pure error, so please give me. The next gentleman was Mr. David Thomas, who was killed in October of 1990. And then in February of 1991, and up to the end of this killing spree, what with victim number 8, we find a whole bevy of homicides happening. Mr. Slaughter dying on February of 91. Mr. Earl Lindsay dying in April of 1991. Mr. Anthony Hughes a month later, May of 1991. And then, in that same month, the very, very distressing matter of Mr. Conrad and Sympathist Rome. The one that we were talked about oft times in the confines of the judge's chambers. And a month later, Mr. Matt Turner. And there was a very short time thereafter, Mr. Jeremiah Weinberger.
Right.
And a very
All this dude did was freaking masturbate.
very short time after that, Mr. Oliver Lacey. And a very short time after that, Mr. Joseph Bradoff. Then the Tracy Edwards incident, I believe on the 23rd, 4 days later. And thanks be to God, the end of this saga. So with that in mind, as I go through the next few days, mentioning these human beings who became sacrificial lambs to Mr. Dahmer's fantasies, I do it with as much respect as I can muster up. He killed Mr. Dockstader, and he kept his body a week, and he would lie with it. He would masturbate with it. He defleshed it, kept the skull.
All right, ooh, a lot going on here. Life, love, and true crime coming through with the Buzzed and Confused membership. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Love that. Thank you guys so much hanging out. Again, this is the opening statements here. Put this back up here. Defense attorney Gerald Boyle. This is the man representing Dahmer again. Dahmer is guilty. This is an insanity case, basically seeing if he was in his right mind when he actually committed the murders here. But yeah, thank you so much coming through. Appreciate it, everybody, for hanging out. Everybody coming through, hitting the like. You guys are making it happen, getting this thing out in the algorithm. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you all. Boom. Absolutely.
Compulsion, the doctors will tell you, was in full swing. Sexual acts, as the doctors testify, were more erotic when the victim was dead. His fantasies were having the person comatose, and then after they died, having sex with them. He did not want them to leave. He wanted to keep them, as he did Mr. Guerrero. And then September of '88, he was arrested for a crime. All of that is going to be explained to you in detail, involving a youngster. And he was prosecuted for that, successfully prosecuted, pled guilty to that, received a sentence with the hope of treatment in a form of probation, and it never took.
It's a lot.
It never took, as the testimony will show, because Jeffrey Dahmer did not want it to take. He did not want to stop what now had become
Thank you, Bob.
his
I appreciate
obsession, his fantasies, and his compulsions.
No need to contribute financially. That like is all I need,
While
brother.
waiting
Thank
to
you.
go to jail, he killed another man. During the time that he was in jail for approximately 9 months, he was unable to carry out his killing spree, but he certainly didn't have it or get it under control. He didn't want to give up these body parts that became so important to him for his purposes of his compulsion. So he went, even before he had to go to jail, and bought a barrel, a sealed barrel that he could keep so that he could retain these parts that became so important to him. He went about the business of finding out how he could preserve these things so they would not deteriorate.
Oh, Jay coming through, gifting out some memberships. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it. And yeah, Mike H coming through with the new membership. Thanks to Jay. Appreciate that.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Love it. Yeah, appreciate that, Jay. Thank you, brother.
These things that were so important to him in his obsession. He would take things out and look at them and masturbate. He kept body parts such as the genitalia.
If you played a drinking game to this one and used the word masturbate, we would all be dead.
He played with heads, painted them, colored them, the skulls of these poor creatures. And some things he was able to go to work, and he kept them at his place of employment so he could look at them while he was spending his nights in jail. He was under supervision. He just flat out
The best,
rejected
Bobby.
it.
The fucking best.
He flat out rejected, as he has told and will tell you through the statements he made to the detectives. He did it. He didn't want it. He wanted to continue. He had an experience in one day off that he had during his period of incarceration where he was victimized, where he became a victim but survived, obviously, the thing that was happening between him and another person. When he got out of the institution, he took his 6th victim.
I met a lot of people on the fucking internet, guys. We've been on this thing for a long time, but the best one I've met is Jay from The Shaming of Jay, and I mean that abso-fucking-lutely. I truly mean that.
Now he
such a genuine dude.
Started taking pictures.
You don't meet a lot of them.
Showing the carnage that he was.
It's hard. You dig through the shit, man. He's one of the real ones.
Causing these people as he was going along in this killing spree. He even attempted to keep a complete
make sure
skull.
that you have gifts turned on. There's a feature that you actually have them turned on to be gifted memberships in the chat. Yeah, good call, Jay.
But was unable to do that. He didn't know how to preserve it. He'd call taxidermists to see how to do things like that. And then we see Jeffrey Dahmer getting into some things that...
That's a good question, Kaylin. Who was the lady in the purple? Do we know her? I didn't want to say that it was his mom without knowing that was sitting next to his dad. Let me pull up a picture here and see if I can... Let's see. That's his mom. And I don't think that was his mom. But I know his wife, yeah, his mom and dad, they were separated as well, so maybe that was the new wife of the dad, potentially, maybe? I'm not sure on that.
I'm sure the doctors and others will tell you of some interest one way or the other. Interpretation of these facts are going to be done, not by me, but by the doctors. He started started watching some videos, and the first one that seemed to really help him understand what he really wanted to be was something called The Return of the Jedi. Because in that he saw and he started thinking that he was or wanted to be like a character. And that is the Emperor who was portrayed therein. This Emperor who had total control and power over subjects. Subjects being people. He would bring the victims to his place where he was staying before he killed them and make sure that they watched the same thing.
Yeah, she was. She was invested.
He went so far as to buy yellow-tinted contact lenses because the emperor in that movie had those kind of eyes that came out.
Just for a minute there.
Gave him a feeling of power.
I thought a lot of J-Bo Nation love, a lot of J-Love in general on this channel, man.
People commented that he looked good with those.
Seriously.
His eyes looked good when he would go about the preying upon these taverns and other places where he could find his prey. He'd watch it time and time again. His method of operation was to find a person who best fit his desire for body. The person with the body that he became obsessed with was his prey. Whoever fit that description of that body, that physique, was in harm's way. If Mr. Dahmer could persuade that person to come back to his apartment to watch videos, to pose for pictures, and in fact the incentive was that he would pay them for doing that. These men, these victims, were not all of that same sexual orientation. It's not a material fact.
Love it.
The material fact is that they were solicited and they were brought back with the avowed purpose.
Thank you so much. Life, love, and true crime coming through with another gifted membership to Dan Runningheim. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Excited as hell. Oh my fucking God. Thank you for the gift. Love that energy. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for that.
Mr. Dahmer was going to drug him up.
Best people around here.
Take him from life through dying, through death, into death, to make them come back into life, his life, by the way he would conduct himself with them after they were dead. He ate body parts, the purpose of which, as he has expressed it and as the doctors believe it to be.
The beer's rolling. Become a member on here. We're going to give you some beers. That's what's going to happen here. Ba, 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 ba. Appreciate that.
So that these poor people he killed would become alive again in him. The doctors will tell you about this necrophilia, which they will say in Mr. Dahmer was a mental illness, a mental disease of him on this program, this plan of taking people from life through death into death and retaining them after death to bring them back into himself. The retention of body parts, the keeping of these many skulls.
Thank you all.
Came a time when the doctors will tell you that he started maintaining these to build a shrine. And the shrine was a shrine to himself. And that will come out in the testimony. His experimentation with these body parts and these bodies and the body parts that he retained is mind-boggling. Mind-boggling for us to understand, to hear, to think about. Boiling skulls to see whether or not that was a way of preserving them. How to dispose of these flesh that remained after his mutilation. Then there came a time where the killing, as I've obviously became very clear, started escalating, and his conduct in reference to these body parts started to escalate. And it got so sad that he started doing surgical experimentation on these poor souls before they died, so as to keep them from dying, but not because he cared, but because he wanted them for his purposes. He wanted to create zombies. people that would be there for him. He would have all kinds of sexual contact with the dead bodies. Oral,
Seriously.
anal,
Yeah.
into the viscera, all kinds.
Oh, yeah.
He became enamored, overwhelmed, caught up by a character in a movie called Exorcist 3. And the doctors will tell you that the character that he became caught up with was Satan, because Satan was the personification of evil. And Mr. Dahmer felt that because of what he was, what he had done, what he was doing, that there was no entity to relate to other than Satan. When he brought that youngster up, the one that we've talked about, Conrad, and the police went up, in the next room, in his bedroom, there lied the dead body of another one of his victims. Mr. Dahmer persuaded those police officers that what he was doing was okay, in reference to that young man.
Look, great.
And that testimony is going to be made known to you and aired in this courtroom. I think it's important now for me to start telling you some things that will bring my opening statement to some sort of conclusion.
It's a rough one. It's got some
My
good,
role
though.
as an advocate is to convince you, based upon the greater weight of the credible evidence, to a reasonable certainty that this young man was mentally ill. I am his advocate. Nothing that I have said can, should, might be interpreted as my believing other than my obligation, my duty, and my desire to prove to you that he was mentally ill. We are precluded in a courtroom, all of us lawyers, from telling you what our personal opinion is. It is not appropriate to do that. I have said a lot of things about this young man that are so absolutely evil that one would have to say, are you saying that he was evil? And I'm saying to you that I accept the
Yeah,
responsibility.
he went in deep. It is an hour and 12 minutes of talking. That's true.
Of proving to you that this was not an evil man, this was a sick man whose sickness rose to the level of mental illness, that he was suffering from a mental disease at the beginning of these killing sprees, during these killing sprees, which mental disease, I submit to you, will be shown by the doctor's testimony to be growing and growing and growing to the point where he became absolutely unable to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law. And in fact, to really appreciate what he was doing, the wrongfulness of his conduct. That as this killing spree continued along with this young man, as you will get to know him through the doctors, this isolated person, not the one who isn't out in the world, but isolated in his own mind, certainly isolated in his private life, who lives on his fantasies and who works out his fantasies, was a mentally diseased human being, and as a result of it, he could not have the capacity to conform to the requirements of law. until, in God's providence, Tracy Edwards escaped from his grasp and the police came back and it all unfolded.
Thank God it ended.
My purpose is not to quarrel with Mr. McCann. My purpose is not to quarrel with anyone. My purpose is to let you decide, now that you've heard as much horror, it can't get any worse than this. There will be more details, but the bad part is over. It's as bad as it can possibly be thought to have been. And I don't want to walk down here and sit here and say I'm making excuses for my representation of this human being, because I am not. I am a lawyer. I have bringing into this courtroom, and I know the ones that the other people are, the other sides are bringing in, and I will tell you absolutely, unqualifiedly, that in this courtroom in the next 2 weeks will be the finest, the best this country has to offer to bring not only to your attention, but whomever else is interested, as to how this horrible, horrible tragedy could have occurred because of an effect of a human mind. Everything we do is for you. Those who are interested, the very, very unfortunate victims, families, who don't need my sympathy. I can't ever make it right by them, ever, no matter what. But I am sensitive to it, and I respect the state of Wisconsin for coming in and fighting these charges, because that's what they feel they should. Just as I know I have to do what I'm doing.
The camaraderie and this respect, it seems, it's at least on this side of it, that's interesting, and it makes sense in this case, right? The guilt is already there. He's fighting for his client, to presenting him as he was insane during these murders. I mean, however you feel about that, at the end of the day, I have a different opinion on it as well. But in these proceedings, it does make sense why he would be representing Jeffrey Dahmer in that fashion.
Make no excuses for it. When I get to talk to you again, it'll take on, I think, a different type of statement, because then I'll be able to argue. I can't argue now. I can only tell you what I know I have to do, and I can also tell you that I'm going to do it.
Seems honest.
I am hopefully going to call a gentleman who's had some law enforcement experience, if allowed to do so as we progress, so that you may hear some things about how law enforcement finds things in people of this kind of mindset. But I won't say anything more than that. One of the biggest problems in an opening statement, if you say you're going to prove something, you don't prove it, a jury might say, well, he told us he promised us something and he didn't come through. Well, I'll promise you this. I'll promise you that I'm bringing in 3 great professionals whose opinions are going to be disagreed with by others, but it doesn't make them wrong. You're the ones who are going to have to make that decision. We all came into this courtroom this morning because of the questions you answered during the last few days with no opinion. You 14 folks have no opinion, and you won't have an opinion until you hear everything, and I believe that. So I ask that you believe what I've told you.
You did a really good job.
And if I've said things that are out of whack, if I misplaced something, the evidence you hear is the barometer of that. If I've said anything that's offended you because I've telling you this story, I submit to you that there's no way you 14 can feel that way, because we all promised each other that this is what I was going to do and you were ready to accept it. And I appreciate that and your candor. As soon as I sit down, as far as I'm concerned, you no longer exist. My job is to get information out so that you may think about it, and then in the final analysis, we'll talk about it. And I thank you very much for your attention at this juncture. I will move it along quickly. Tracy Edwards, perhaps somebody from law enforcement, certainly a member of the Milwaukee Police Department or 2. There will be 3 professionals in the form of 2 psychiatrists and 1 psychologist And I'm not going to stay and ask any more questions than I think you want me to ask. I'm not going to keep them on and say the same thing over and over and over again. A jury individually and a jury collectively is very bright. I know I don't have to do that. So we'll get to the heart of the problem so you can get to the meat of the question and address it in the final analysis. Thank you.
That was the beginning. That was the opening statements from the defense in this insanity case. We are going to move forward. We're going to go into the prosecution's opening statements as well. It's even longer. It's about an hour and 51 minutes. So we're going to go right into that, but I am going to go use the bathroom real quick. I've got a little bathroom thing I was making here. Let me download it real quick. Download that and put that up on the screen while I go and do such a thing. But yeah, I thought that was good. Like Jay was saying, it was kind of long, but yeah, this next opening statement from the defense is even longer, 151. So yeah, buckle up for this one. And like I said, we'll be here till about at least 1, 2-ish today. We're going to be getting through this. I may also randomly have to go and let the dog out as well. Yeah, we'll make it work. Again, as you guys come through, hit that like, appreciate it. Everybody coming through with memberships, y'all are crazier than hell. Love it. The love is very real. And very awesome. Just download this here real quick. And all the love on Twitter. Thank you guys for that. Appreciate it. We'll throw the old Twitter box, the link into the chat here as well, please. Give us a follow on Publicly Buzzed on Twitter. Always tweeting, always getting down. Jamie, thank you very much. Appreciate you for modding this morning. Again, weird time frame for us here on Publicly Buzzed. I'm usually a late night show, but Sunday mornings, we're going to start getting into these classic trials, guys. And again, starting out with the this one right here, the Jeffrey Dahmer classic trial from 1992. So I'm also taking some notes here. That has finished downloading. Sweet. One second, let me put it in here. Bathroom break. Video. Just take a second, guys. I just got to run upstairs for a moment. As you can see, there's the video. Yeah. Put some. Do I have any tunes actually on here for this? Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it on the opening screen with that song, and then I'll also loop it. And yeah, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'm going to look through the chat just real quick. I will be right back, my friends. Yeah, 6K is coming. Thank you all for hanging out. All right, here, Jay, I'm the substitute teacher, so I'll be watching over all of you while Steve takes a break. Just be a moment, guys. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it. And I will be right back. Let me put it on here. Actually, let me copy it first. Boom. Be right back. All right. That wasn't very long. Thank you guys for hanging out. I don't need that one there anyways. Let me, boom. Boom. Thank you guys for doing that. Hanging out for a moment. Let's go into the next video. Prosecution opening statement. Dahmer.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is also the opening statement time for the state of Wisconsin. As a district attorney, I have the option of either waiting until the first part proceeds or proceeding now. And I wish to tell you what the state will be showing in this case and what the basic theme of this case is. We all have sexual desires. That comes with humanity. Everyone in this room has sexual desire. Some of them vary. Some of them vary in strength.
Real quick, and this is District Attorney Edward Michael McCann. But real quick, Unravel coming through with the $3 super sticker. Top that thumbs up. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, I went deep on that little video for the bathroom break.
Some of them may be for a man may desire a woman. A woman may desire a man. A man may desire another man, or a woman may desire another woman. We understand that. We all have those experiences. Most of us know what we're talking about. Some people have different desires that vary from that. For some, it may be a desire.
It's in there, Jane. Much I can do about it. Yeah, that should be dropping hopefully soon, guys. I've been talking about this literally for months now. The guy that's doing my merch, he has all of the designs. We're basically seeing if the transfers all look good on the shirts, and if they do, I've got a design each being made so I can make sure they all look good in my size too, so I can also wear them and not waste the money. But yeah, it's going to be coming. I'm excited.
Desire to have sex with a child, referred to as a pedophile. For another person, they're taken up with a fetish. Maybe they get particular excitement out of seeing a woman's stockings or a woman's undergarments. And we understand that. And that involves consensual, not for the child, but for adults, it's consensual. People understand that. And people can either reject it or accept what another one's sexual desires are as an adult. But the key issue is you don't impose that on somebody else. And that's what this case is about. This is about a man that had sexual desires for men. Not a crime, certainly. In most states it isn't, certainly. It isn't in Wisconsin. Sexual desire for men. But he was a man that didn't want to, after having relations with such men, he didn't want to stop there. He didn't want it to end. He wanted it to continue under his terms. And that's what this is about. The decision of the defendant to go ahead, to take men unwillingly in bathhouses, and I'll talk about that, even other adults that wouldn't do as he wished, he began to drug them. And that's really what this is about an appetite, a sexual appetite of this defendant that simply would not be stopped. You're aware of that in other types of cases, whether it's child molesting cases or rape cases. We're aware of that. This is another type of case. This man's first preference was not dead bodies. He repeats that throughout his statements. He repeats that to the psychiatrist. His first preference is not dead bodies. That's a later preference. That's subsequent when he can't get people to do exactly as he wishes. Then he considers use of a dead body. You may be thinking, let's talk about his youth. You may be thinking a person that killed 17 people must come from a violent household. I think we tend to think there must be battery here, child abuse. Must be that there may be sexual abuse. Was there incest in the home? Something wrong between, something sexually wrong between the mother and the son, or between the father and the boy? Something like that going on? No evidence of it in this family. Was there some violence going on? Was he beaten and kicked and knocked around by an abusive parent? The record is devoid of that, and I don't think you'll see anything of that in this trial. His father is a degreed man, has a doctoral degree, and is a successful chemist. This is not a hardship story. The years that we're talking out in Bath, Ohio, you're talking about a young man raised in a beautiful home on about 1/4 acre of land, 1 1/4 acres, with a pond, trees. We're talking about really a person raised in many ways in a very advantaged situation, not a desperately beaten, abused person. Keep that in mind. A person that wanted something and wasn't going to take no. With respect to the jogger, the first issue of the jogger, he's 15 or 16 years old, Mr. Boyle has told you, and the evidence will show. He focuses on a young man that's a jogger in the neighborhood. He decides he's going to attack him. We're told that this obsession is going to attack him. So he lies in wait. He saws a baseball bat in half and lies in wait where he's seen that jogger running. Well, that day the jogger doesn't run by. Is he seized out of control? Does he run around the park looking for somebody else to beat? Does he grab another jogger and go after him? Grab somebody else, go to another park, start prowling the streets that day? No way. The jogger doesn't come along, and he goes back home. He decides, no, he won't act on it. The opportunity isn't right, the jogger isn't there, so he goes back to his home. The next incident we hear about is a man named Stephen Hicks. You see here to my right, I've written it up there, homicide, to assist you because of the number here. Stephen Hicks, age 19, during the summer of 1978. Mr. Dahmer has graduated from Revere High School in Bath, Ohio. He's finished his high school education. He is driving along. He starts thinking about, he reports that he's had thoughts about having sex with a hitchhiker. On this particular day, he sees a hitchhiker, passes by and thinks about it. He's got a car that day. He's got a home available to him that day. His parents are not there. And he picks up that hitchhiker and takes that hitchhiker back to the home. He then decides, that hitchhiker, after a period of time, the hitchhiker apparently, and he gives some mixed statements on this. His initial statements to police are not the final statements on it. But eventually he indicates that he decides that he wants to have sex with this hitchhiker and comes up behind him, invites him to the home. They're talking, and he comes up behind him and hits him with a bar.
I just see what you were talking about, Jay, earlier when you said, why does it look like there's a little judge in front of the judge? That's a giant-ass table, but just like slightly smaller than the judge's table. Just like I need complete dominance here. It's like, well, I'd like a large table as well. I'm not sure that we can accommodate you with a large table. Of course, I'm the judge, and I would just want to be directly right in front of you. Mini judge status.
Bell renders him unconscious, and then proceeds to strangle him with a portion of the barbell for sex. To have sex with him. This is not a fight. This is not an angry fight. It's a decision. And if you believe Mr. Dahmer at the end, he didn't even ask for it. This isn't even a turn down involved. It's a decision that he is going to have sex with that young man. And he does. He conceals the body. A day or two later, he takes it apart, cuts it up, decides to transport it to a dump. Packs it into some garbage bags, puts it in the back of the car, and drives down the road. He's stopped by a police officer driving to the left of center. And that officer stops the car and thinks there's some drunkenness involved, and there's a discussion between...
This is so crazy, this part. Like, he was pulled over with that kid's body in the car, and they just let him go. And I think he was drunk. The reason was there to check this dude.
And he persuades the officer that he is not intoxicated.
Right.
And the officer writes a ticket driving.
He didn't meet a corpse, like a person, nobody that he would not masturbate to, seemingly. Like,
left of center, and leaves him alone. And Mr. Dahmer then returns to the house, to the family house. The body's still in the back, and stuffs it into a part of the house. At first he told police that 2 weeks later he got rid of the body. That under a crawl space, but in a later statement he said no, in fact it was 2 years later after the military, some 3 years later, that he came back and disposed of the body of Stephen Hicks. That was the first slaying. That occurred in Ohio. that is outside the jurisdiction of the state of Wisconsin, and that occurred in 1978. Mr. Dahmer states he experienced remorse about this. You will see one of the tests we'll talk about is whether he knew it was right or wrong. Mr. Boyle did not address that issue because I don't think there's really much dispute about that issue at all. I think you will find from the evidence that Mr. Dahmer knew at all times what he was doing was wrong. This is not the case of a psychotic man that didn't know the difference between right and wrong. This is a man that had just graduated from high school in a family where there were many opportunities.
We'll get there.
He decided he would then go to Ohio State University. And in the fall of 1978, he matriculated at Ohio State University and lived in a suite of rooms there with a number of other men. There were no assaults during that time. Whatever he says bothered him or stimulated him, he had under control. There were no further attacks in the summer of 1978. He went to the University, Ohio State University, lived in a suite of rooms with other men. There are no reports of attacks on those men. He flunked out because of excessive drinking, in part. Decided that he would enter the Army, and in late of 1978, late in that year, he entered the United States Army. And served in the Army the better part of 3 years. Trained down in camps in the southern part of the United States, and then moved over to Germany, where he lived for the better part of those 3 years. Lived in a barracks.
I was reading earlier, I was kind of, reading about this. When he was in the Army there, and I guess after all this came out, they started looking around to see if there's any kind of possible victims around where he was stationed in Germany. And I don't think that they ever actually found anybody or put anybody together, tying it together rather, but it's still interesting.
Right near men. In the southern camps, lived in the barracks in Germany. There are no sexual assaults during that time. There are no impulses that he doesn't control. He undertakes to masturbate, which has become a habit with him, a way that some people deal with sexual stress, particularly younger men. You may say it's wrong, you may say it's right, you may say it's healthy, you may say it's unhealthy. There's a division of perception on that. But he gets pornography, and he deals with those desires in that fashion. Doesn't attack anybody, and those years pass without any evidence of an attack. Sexual desire, yes, we all have sexual desire. And he's dealing with those sexual desires, controlling those sexual desires. He returns from the United States in March to the United States. He's mustered out because of excessive drinking. Mustered out of the Army and goes down to Miami, Florida, where he lives for a number of months, roughly from March to September of 1981. There are no sexual assaults down there. He's controlling himself. No evidence that he attacked anyone, either statements by him or by anybody else. He kept his sexual urges under control. Returns in September or so to Bath, Ohio, where his parents are. His father, there's been a divorce, and the father has remarried. Is there for a couple of months, and the decision is made that he will go to live with his grandmother in West Allis, Wisconsin. And he moves here to Milwaukee County. This is in 1981. Takes up residence with his grandmother in West Allis, Wisconsin. And he resides there for several years. In 1982, he has a job at the Milwaukee Blood Plasma Center. Works there for a year, has some problems. He does have a curiosity about blood. This was brought out by one of our psychiatrists. Does have a curiosity about blood, tastes it once, doesn't like it. That's the end of it. Curious, yeah.
Caroline, if you're popping into this, is actually just to see, this is an insanity case, basically. The guilt is already there. Basically, he's got a defense team that's trying to fight for saying that he was insane during the times of the murders. And then, of course, what's happening right now is the argument, the opening statement from the state and the district attorney here saying that he was not insane during the times of these murders. So it's an insanity trial is essentially what's going on.
Yes, I grant you that. Different tastes, curiosity. Tries it once, doesn't like it, that's the end of it. Tastes it, doesn't like it. In 1982, 1983, and 1984, under the influence of his grandmother, he turns towards religion and gets somewhat serious about religion, about taking his drinking under control, about dealing with his sexuality.
Through his teenage years.
And during that time, he states that with that aid, he came with a pretty good control of himself.
No problem, Carolyn.
And I'll read briefly what one of the reports, indicating what one of those reports were. After a period of time, he said his grandmother was a religious woman, and at this time he began attending church with her, and was apparently looking into religious ideals in an attempt to change his life. He stated he recalls reading the Bible and attempting to look for a job and to live the so-called, quote, straight and narrow life, close quote. He stated that he looked into the religious aspects of life. However, Mr. Boyle has indicated as well.
I'll say this, Rich Buddy, how can you argue that he is not insane if this dude ain't crazy and it sets a high benchmark? Well, the problem there is that he was smart with the way he picked his victims, right? He picked victims on the outer skirts of society. He knew what he was doing. Also, he was very smart with the police whenever they did come to try to check. He would over-talk about the AIDS stuff, the gay stuff that was living in the 90s in a very different time period. Everyone was... If anybody knows the stories from why the police didn't investigate further, it's fucked up and extremely gross. He was very smart about a lot of the things that he did. He didn't kill for a whole decade from 78 to 88. He did control the wanting to actually physically harm, kill, rape, whatever it was, and it was. Yeah, I would say that he wasn't insane, actually. Yeah, maybe a madman, maybe crazier than fuck, but at the end of the day, he made movements with these murders that implies that he knew exactly what he was doing. He was trying to not get caught. That right there is why he's not insane. Not truly insane. He's a fuckface. He's a piece of shit. And mentally, I would actually say crazy, sure, but really, truly insane, right? Did you know what you were doing at the times of these murders? And I would say yes.
He was at the West Dallas Library apparently one day. A man passed him by, dropped a note in his lap, suggesting a homosexual liaison in the basement of that library. He did not respond to that, did not go down to the basement, did not meet that man. However, he indicates then, after that occurred, these ideas started to bother him again, what he described as the darker side of himself. And he quit attending church and looking into a religion, and for a while he delved into the occult. He stated that he did this because he felt that since religion wasn't working, maybe he should delve into the occult and into Satanism. However, after reading several books and dabbling into it, at least at that time, he decided that it was not for him, and he began to give into his homosexuality.
Some good questions for Shannon, actually. Does it count as insane if your brain is wired up differently, or is it just psychopath?
Sexual tendencies. There may be different perceptions of that
Definitely
in this
psycho,
room and on
100%.
this jury.
But he knew what the fuck
about
he was
whether
doing.
that's right or wrong. In our state, it's not a crime between adults to have homosexual practices. That's the state of law in our state. And that's what guides in terms of what a person lawfully or unlawfully does. At any rate, he became involved then. He started to read gay and homosexual pornography.
Yeah, get my email.
Eventually became acquainted with the bars in the homosexual areas of our city. Those are on the South 2nd Street area, south of the city of Milwaukee, the Milwaukee River. He became familiar with gay bathhouses and undertook to attend and participate in activities. Meanwhile, in 1985, he had gotten a job at the Ambrosia Chocolate Company as a mixer. It was a third-shift job. It started in 1985. It was to continue virtually to the time of his arrest. He was to perform as an employee. At the bathhouses, he describes how there was casual sex, persons that would meet in relatively short time and engage in sexual activities. Some persons wished to have anal sex. Others wished to lie with Mr. Dahmer. In these bathhouses, he describes how there'll be a central lounge area, and then there'll be a number of rooms around that lounge area, small rooms with beds where if individuals wish to engage in homosexual activities, they meet in that lounge area, repair to the bedroom area, and engage in those activities.
You awake? The eyes open, bud. These eyes.
Some of those men whom he met wanted to have anal sex with him. In other words, wanted to penetrate his anal orifice with their penis. He did not like that. And he decided that he wanted to continue to attend the bathhouses. He wanted to express himself sexually that way, but he did not want the other person, the other male, to express himself by anal sex on Mr. Dahmer. He felt that sometimes the men insisted on that. He didn't want that, but he wanted the sex. So he came up with an idea of drugging the persons he would meet at the bathhouses. The Milwaukee,
That's true,
particularly the Milwaukee
a lot of the
bathhouse.
same.
And so this we're not talking at all about someone
But
sharing.
it's the way there is a slight difference here because it's the argument of the insanity is what's going on. They all know he's done it. The guilt is there. Did he know what he was doing at the times of these murders? That is what it comes down to. This is a very interesting trial, actually.
Marijuana or sharing
Dago,
cocaine.
thanks for coming through, brother.
We're talking about Mr. Dahmer deceiving these men and giving them drugs that would put them to sleep. He decided then that in order to do that, he would go to a physician and lie about say to the physician that because he was working the third shift, he needed sleeping pills so that he could sleep during the day. And from day one, with that ruse, he went to a physician and secured a particular drug. I don't wish to mention that drug, and I hope you will understand that, because I think there are people that might want to drug other people. I think that's a true tragedy in life.
This is actually smart by the attorney here to do this, I think, by not showing the drug, because today they'd be not only showing you how, they'd be sending you YouTube videos, they would showing you exactly how to do it. They'd be showing, here's the Reddit post on I learned exactly how to give this drug to my victims.
There are people that will take sexual advantage of each other. Sometimes you've heard the expression, candy's dandy, but liquor is quicker. You don't have to be a homosexual person to want to take advantage of another person sexually. There are persons who deliberately will ply a woman with alcohol with the intent of taking advantage of her sexually. And there are persons who are available for drugs. If they knew how to do it, the concern would be that they would use that drug to put someone to sleep. They are not insane people that would do that any more than men who used alcohol to get a woman drunk, to take advantage of her sexually, was an insane person. It's been going on for a long time. And he determined to take that drug that he got with the ruse from the physician, with the ruse that he needed it to sleep. And he began to experiment with drugging people. Maybe you're unhappy with what goes on in bathhouses. Maybe you aren't. But this much is true. You've got no right to drug somebody else against their will. No matter what they're undertaking to do with you, you've got
there you go. Thank you, brother, for $2. Hope everyone is having a great weekend. Again, Memorial Day weekend. Love it.
No right to do that. Because it may be sex that some in this jury may feel that they don't approve of, it doesn't mean you have a right to drug somebody else. And that's what he did. Began to drug people at the bathhouses. And the word got around. And finally, a gentleman who ran the bathhouse at that time, Bradley Barbush, he'll be a witness, became angry about it and confronted Dahmer and said, "Get out. You can't do that anymore. We don't want you around here. Get out." And kicked him out of the bathhouse, the Milwaukee bathhouse. Dahmer knew it was wrong. Dahmer never contended that what he was doing was right, whether it's this or whether it's killing people. Never contended at any time that he was hearing a voice or anything else. And there was Barbush telling him, "Look it, buddy, you can't drug people. Get out of here." And he kicked him out. That was the gentleman that operated the bathhouse at that time, and he will be a witness. Did Dahmer stop? No. We know the purchasing of drugs continued. I'm going to pick up with a little bit greater detail now in citing particular dates of activities. On 7/31/86, July 31, 1986, Dahmer visited Dr. Carl Olson on South 90th Street and received a prescription for the particular drug he was using to drug these people. All right. On September 8th of 1986, Dahmer was arrested for lewd and lascivious behavior. That was later amended to disorderly conduct. He was convicted on March 10, 1987 for disorderly conduct and received 1 year's probation. What was involved was indecent exposure. And it's interesting, I ask you to follow this because you'll see the want of candor.
Crazy one.
You'll see in future incidences when he's talking with a psychologist or a probation worker, Mr. Dahmer will undertake to deceive that worker about what really happened here at this exposure case. He was exposing himself in a park to several young...
See, I think people think the actor that played him in the new show is hot. I've never heard this ever in the history of ever reading about Jeffrey Dahmer. You heard about Bundy. You can even talk about Charles Manson as having this infatuation. I've never once heard that about Jeffrey Dahmer. It's the creepiest dude ever. He tricked people into getting them back to locations. When he would then drug them, he would offer them money or pics. And usually people he knew that didn't have such things. They didn't have any money. He picked people that he knew that probably no one would give a shit about. Like
young boys, minors. And they reported it to the police. The police arrested him. At first he denied it. And then he confessed that he had done it a number of times. That officer will be called to testify to whom he confessed, that he had done it a number of times, at least 4 or 5 times. And he was found guilty. What is interesting about it, as well as other things, is that you will see when he later speaks to other persons in the criminal justice system, through the years, the psychologists, probation officers, he will undertake to try to deceive them about the true nature of what happened in that incident. That was he would pled guilty on March 10, 1987. But even while that case was pending, on February 13 of 1987, he received another order of this drug that had been prescribed by Dr. Olson from Richard's Pharmacy. Also on
September... Rich, I think that you have an infatuation with Jeffrey Dahmer, bud. Calm her down.
The 27th of February, he purchased 30 tablets of this particular drug from this particular pharmacy, which had been prescribed by Dr. Olson. 100%. We'll have Dr. Olson testify, because I want you to see that Mr. Dahmer has a history of deceiving doctors. And here he's deceiving a doctor, going to him, saying what his problems are, fabricating a problem, and getting a drug. I think that's important to keep that in mind. Again, on the 10th of April the 10th of 1987, he again purchased that same particular drug from Richard's Pharmacy, prescribed by Dr. Olson. Again, on the 15th of May of 1987, he purchases 30 tablets of that particular drug from Richard's Pharmacy, prescribed by Dr. Olson. Again, on July 1, 1987, he purchases 30 tablets of that particular drug from Richard's Pharmacy, prescribed by Dr. Olson. He's using this drug basically for the purpose of drugging people. He's now out of the bathhouses. He's going to hotels. He said he used the Ambassador Hotel and the Wisconsin Hotel. He would meet these men, persuade them. He said his typical process was to suggest he would pay them to come, go to the hotel with them, and drug them. And while they were drugged, he would use them sexually. Now mind, no matter what he says his fantasies were, the incidences in the bathhouses did not result in anyone being killed.
You guys hear that? Hear that? He persuaded and tricked them with money.
And the incidences in the hotels do not involve anyone getting killed until November, the latter part of November of 1987. However, before getting into November of 1987, I'd like to
Did Rich Buddy go full troll on me here? He's been around forever. What the fuck's going on, bud?
Speak to a condition of probation. When Mr. Dahmer was convicted of the indecent exposure, the disorderly conduct case, he was placed on probation. And a condition of that probation was that he was to get help, psychological help. The judge in that case said, look, something's wrong here. Get some psychological help. And he undertook, by order of the court, he undertook to start visiting with Dr. Evelyn Rosen. She is a clinical psychologist. Those treatments continued until March of 1988.
That judge is asleep. That judge is asleep. Look at this judge. Out. Done. Dunzo.
But what is critically important here...
Oh, he just woke up. He just woke up.
This is gun country.
That's at 11 a.m. Eastern Time beer being poured.
Is beginning to see a psychologist. Meets with her on October 5th of 1987, meets with her again on November 2nd of 1987, meets again with her on November 16th of 1987, and doesn't cooperate. Here's an opportunity to get some help. Sent there by a court, an opportunity. The issue here is going to be responsibility. Responsibility for what he did. And here is an opportunity to get help. If he's troubled by this, by what he says are the fantasies that go on in his mind. But he doesn't do that. Indeed, the records reflect that he rejects assistance from Dr. Rosen, is obviously uncooperative. Indeed, over the year that he sees her on several occasions, flatly turns his back to her.
Hey, Groot, thank you for coming through here. Appreciate it. Haven't seen Netflix, so thanks, Steve, for doing this. I would recommend the show. It is intense, and like I said earlier, my fiance, we watched the first episode together, and she didn't want to continue, which I completely understood. It is intense, and I did enjoy it, and even me enjoying it, there was a lot of craziness, involved, because it touches so well on the actual events. I know there's a lot of stuff that's kind of off, but it's a very well done show, and the actor, he did a really, really good job of portraying Dahmer and went so deep into the character. I would actually recommend it, Groot, to go on and check it out. But yeah, thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
And this is not psychosis. No evidence of psychosis from that. Flatly turns his back, rejects the hand, rejects the purpose, the court-ordered assistance. He rejects and does not cooperate with Dr. Rosen throughout that period. He sees her on November 16, 1987 again.
You want me back.
Dr. Evelyn Rosen. On or about the 20th of November, that's towards the end of November of 1987.
I didn't put in the cards to argue about how hot Jeffrey Dahmer was this morning. Thank you, Rich. Good luck on that also at Disneyland, bud.
He meets a young man by the name of Stephen Tomey, and they go to the Ambassador Hotel.
I get it.
Mr. Dahmer will indicate that he has already reserved that room. He has already ground the pills that he's going to use to drug. He has secured the room, prepared the pills, and then he goes out to look for whom he will victimize. I hope I do not fail to mention it because it's important. You will see that every person he victimizes either doesn't have a car or doesn't have use of the car at that time. What is supposed to be an ungovernable, uncontrollable urge is a highly selective to make sure that the person he selects, and he explains later he doesn't want a car around because the police interest might be aroused. At any rate, he selects Mr. Stephen Twomey, goes out literally, gets him, brings him back, offers him some money.
Nailed it. Switch between the Dahmer Show and the Tiger King for a good mental health balance. I think that's a really good advice.
They come back to the hotel, and he drugs him, which is his practice. Mr. Dahmer himself was drinking. Mr. Dahmer says he woke up the next morning and Stephen Twomey was dead in the bed. Mr. Dahmer says he doesn't know what happened. He saw an injury, looked like a rib injury on Mr. Twomey. Mr. Dahmer could not recall. He said himself his arms were bruised, but he did not know what happened.
Thank you. Same to you.
Whatever it was, he did not know what happened. He went down to the hotel lobby, signed in for another day, keeping the room for another day. During that day, went down to the Grand Avenue Mall, bought a large suitcase, and brought it back to the Ambassador Hotel.
Thank you, Broken System Podcast, for coming through here. Appreciate it.
Twomey into that suitcase, waited until about 1 or so in the morning, summoned a cab, and took the suitcase with Mr. Twomey into it down to the cab, got into the cab, and went out to his grandmother's home. When he got out to the grandmother's home at the opportune time, he disposed of the body of Mr. Stephen Twomey, masturbated on it, and disposed of the body of Mr. Stephen Twomey. Cut it up, cut up the flesh into small garbage bags, triple lined garbage bags, took it out to the garbage, took the bones, wrapped them in a sheet, and smashed them with a sledgehammer. And then put them also in the garbage. And you'll see he did this with several of the others that he killed at the grandmother's home. waited until the garbage men took away the evidence the next day or so. It's interesting because at this time, when the psychiatrist talked about this particular time with Mr. Dahmer, they asked him, and particularly Dr. Dietz, told him, well, what about this after this event? And he said, well, Dahmer says the following: since I had completely failed in trying to resist the urges, I just went with it, embraced it. Question: decided not to try. Answer: right. Question: but the only time you tried to resist was when you were going with religion with your grandma. Answer: right. And then the failure with the fellow at the Ambassador. Do you even remember what happened there? Answer: after that, there was no resistance. After that, none. It was a gradual escalation. Drinking, bath clubs, bookstores, bath clubs, right up until the ultimate. The bath clubs that he was going to later was in Chicago. Question: did you understand how self-indulgent this was? Answer: I did, but by that time my moral compass was so shot, so totally corrupted, that was my main focus of life. These were my fantasies. That's what's fueled my fantasies. That's what happens when you think you don't have to be accountable to anyone. You think you can hide your activities and never have to account for them. It can lead to anything then, which it did. Question: you think more people would have done these sort of things if you weren't inhibited by your conscience? Answer: it would depend on the person, I suppose. I don't know. I can't speak for others. I really don't know. I only know what happened in my case. Question: you felt this as a struggle for a couple of years? Answer: right. Up until the Ambassador. And then there was no struggle after that. No struggle at all. Question: you did just what you pleased. Answer: right. Exactly. That hits it at the heart. I'm a human being. I've struggled with sexual impulses. I think every human being struggles with sexual impulses. You can't stop that struggle. It's lifelong. If the normal person declines as you grow older. And the issue is here, and that's what this case is about. A man that quit struggling and yielded. We go on. In a pattern that is somewhat frequent. That was a weekend, that particular November date, on November 23rd, 1987, which was a Monday, apparently the Monday after the Ambassador Hotel incident. Jeffrey Dahmer took a sick day from the Ambrosia Chocolate Company. On November 24, 1987, Jeffrey Dahmer took a sick day from the Ambrosia Chocolate Company. That's where he'd gotten the job in 1985. Again, on December 17, 1987, Jeffrey Dahmer saw Dr. Rosen. No cooperation there. Again, on December 21, 1987, Dahmer sees Dr. Rosen. No sharing of problems. On December 30th, 1987, Dahmer purchases more of this particular drug at Richard's Pharmacy, prescribed by Dr. Carl Olson. Going to get more drugs. On the 4th of January, 1988, Dahmer again sees Dr. Rosen. No cooperation. On Sunday, on Sunday the 17th of January in 1988, we are now down to here. James Dockstader, on the 17th of January 1988, a 15-year-old boy. Jeffrey Dahmer says he met him at the 219 Club. This is a club in the area where there are a number of gay-type clubs. Dahmer met him there, offered money, took him out to the grandmother's house in West Dallas, took him in. The grandmother was asleep, drugged him, had sex with him, and killed him. 15-year-old boy. Then disposed of the body. On Monday the 25th, 1988, Jeffrey Dahmer took a sick day at the Ambrosia Chocolate Company. This is the Monday after this weekend. On that very same Monday, the day after or the weekend following that, Jeffrey Dahmer again saw Dr. Rosen. Every time I can assure you that he sees Dr. Rosen, there's no cooperation. He will not cooperate, doesn't share, does nothing, doesn't reach out for help. On Saturday, March 5th, 1988, Dahmer purchases 30 tablets, this drug, at the Richards Pharmacy prescribed by Dr. Carl Olson. On March the 7th, 1988, Dahmer sees Dr. Rosen again. On Sunday, March 27, 19...
Thank you, veterans. Freedom is not free. We appreciate your service. Yeah, I hope everyone is having a happy Memorial Day. And yeah, any veterans watching, thank you. Absolutely.
1988, the 4th.
Hopefully everyone's got a nice 3-day weekend, or at least be able to celebrate, hang out and celebrate the freedom we have here.
Victim.
Well, not everyone gets the 3 days.
Richard Guerrero, age 22. Basic facts are these. Mr. Dahmer meets him at the Phoenix Bar. That's one of the gay bar area, in the gay bar area. He went to Dahmer's grandmother's house out in West Allis, and they had oral sex. Mr. Dahmer drugged Guerrero, killed him, and disposed of the body. Why is he doing this? Why does he say that he did this? The reason is to extend his time of pleasure. He wants the man compliant. His first choice is a totally compliant living human being. His first choice is not a dead body. He wants a totally compliant living human being. He likes to lay on that person, a man. Likes to feel and hear the body movements, hear the heart. He likes the response of a living human being, the sexual response of a living human being. But he wants to continue it. And these chaps want to leave. Hey, it's time to go. When he knows that's coming, you get out the drug. He's going to continue the pleasure. And drugs the person so they don't leave, and he continues the pleasure. And when they come out of the drug, they're going to want to leave. So you kill them, and you keep the body. And you got a couple more days of pleasure out of that body. For your couple of days of pleasure, second-rate pleasure, it's not his first choice, it's his third or fourth choice. I'll detail it later what his choices are. But to continue that pleasure for several days. And you can see, and particularly Dr. Fosdell in his remarks when he testifies, he'll talk about talking with Dahmer, how the total lack of respect for life that Dahmer had, his pleasure over the other person's life. Those were the choices. And Fosdell asked him, look, you made these choices. And he said, yes, I made these choices. On Monday, that slaying was on March 27, 1988, a Sunday. On Monday, March 28, 1988, Dahmer took an unexcused absence from the Ambrosia Chocolate Company in the process of enjoying and getting rid of the body. On the 4th of April, 1988, on the 3rd really of April, 1988, Mr. Dahmer met Mr. Ronald Flowers. Mr. Flowers has a car, but Mr. Flowers was leaving in this gay bar area. His car was parked there, and he was going to leave. He had been visiting in one of the taverns with friends of his and was leaving. His car wouldn't start, and he will testify to this. His car would not start. He tried to get it started. Finally walked over to a telephone booth to call a friend to see if he could get a friend to come and jumpstart his car. While he's at that booth, he's frustrated. There are other people waiting at the booth, and Dahmer comes up to him and starts to push him. Come on out. Let's have some fun. Come out to my grandmother's house. I got a car there. I'll take her car and we'll go jumpstart your car. As a matter of fact, that's a lie. Dahmer didn't have a driver's license. Throughout these incidents, Dahmer does not drive a car, Jeffrey Dahmer, although he was driving as a younger man. The individual, Mr. Flowers, is reluctant, as he'll tell you, will testify. He decides to go out to the house, out to the Dahmer household, the grandmother's house. They take a cab out there, but Mr. Dahmer doesn't park the cab in front of the house, doesn't take the cab to the house, stops the cab a couple of blocks away. Says, no, we'll get out here. He gets out there, and Flowers will testify to this. They start walking for a couple of blocks, and Flowers says, what's going on here? Flowers says, look, all I wanted with this guy was to get a jump start for my car. They have to walk a couple of blocks, and he's saying, hey, where's this house? Where's your car? Finally, they come up to the grandmother's house in West Allis. They go inside, and when they go inside, Mr. Flowers will testify, he hears the mother call out, Jeffrey, is that you? The mother hears the voices, apparently, of the two men. Mr. Flowers is a tall, handsome man, as you will see. Hears the voices of the two men, and it's apparent that the grandmother must know that there are two men there in the house. They sit down to have a cup of coffee. Mr. Dahmer, as was his custom and the way he drugged these men, offers a cup of coffee. Mr. Flowers, he wants to get back and get his car started. He's not happy. He says, okay, he'll have a cup of coffee. The coffee is served. He says he notes that as he's preparing it, doesn't think about anything at the time. He remembered it well afterwards. The Dahmer's got his back to him as he's preparing the cups of coffee. Then he passes the coffee to him. Flowers starts to take it. He says, right away, even before I passed out, I knew I had been drugged. In very, very short order, down he went. That's all he can remember. He wakes up in the county hospital. Ronald Flowers does, as he will testify. Dahmer told the police that what happened was that after Dahmer passed out, or after Flowers passed out, he took advantage of him sexually, took advantage of Mr. Flowers. Flowers had told Mr. Dahmer what his work was. This is what Dahmer told the police about this incident involving Mr. Flowers, and that is the encounter on April 3, 1988. Flowers told him that he had a car problem, at which time Jeffrey stated that they could take a cab back to his grandmother's house where he could get his grandmother's car and come back to give him a jump. Dahmer stated that they went into the house, and after Dahmer turned off the alarm, he gave Flowers a cup of coffee in the basement, and the coffee had halcyon in it. Mr. Dahmer stated that he had gave Flowers as much as 12 of these pills, because Flowers is a big man. He wanted to make sure he got enough to knock him out, and that he passed out Flowers within half an hour after they arrived at the residence. He stated that Mr. Flowers passed out, at which time Dahmer pulled his pants down. He does not recall if he had oral sex with him or not. But in the morning, his grandmother, Dahmer says his grandmother saw him at that time, at which time Mr. Dahmer decides that Flowers was too big, and Dahmer didn't want to cause a commotion, and his grandmother had seen him, so he decides not to kill Flowers. He decides not to kill Flowers. Dahmer went on to state that he walked, when finally Flowers became roughly at least somewhat groggy but conscious, he walked him to a bus stop on 57th and Lincoln, gave him $1 to get on the bus. Dahmer admitted that he did take $80 from Mr. Flowers, but stated that he left other monies in his wallet. Mr. Flowers doesn't recollect that. He was so drugged. Mr. Flowers, the first thing he recollects is waking up in the county hospital, where apparently someone saw him in a drug condition and took him out to the county hospital. The point here is, even when he has him drugged, he decides, grandmother found out about it, he decides not going to go ahead with the killing. It doesn't hide the body. He could hide the body, kill him, hide the body. He doesn't do that because there's some risk involved. This is not a man out of control. He decides at that time, as he said, decided not to kill Mr. Flowers. Again, he's running low on his drugs, and on August the 4th, 1988, he purchases 30 more tablets of that particular dope from Richard's Pharmacy, prescribed by Dr. Carl Olson. Then on September 27, 1988, Mr. Dahmer is arrested at 808 North 24th Street. He has left the grandmother's home and gotten an apartment down on North 24th Street near Wells Street. We are now at the sexual assault, which occurs on September 26, 1988. Because there is a minor involved, as he will testify, he is 13 years of age, and I am not going to release his name at this time. The offense occurred on the 26th of September 1988. The arrest, early in the morning at the Ambrosia Chocolate Company, he was arrested, and early the next morning on September 27th. Here's what happened. That young man will testify to it. He was walking home from school in that area. He says Mr. Dahmer came up to him, told him that he had gotten a new camera. We're talking about a 13-year-old boy. He had gotten a new camera, and Mr. Dahmer wanted him to pose for that camera. And would he do him a favor and offer some money? Would he come over and pose? He's got this new camera. This boy is a Laotian boy. He's not he was not fully Americanized in the sense that Americans, I think, teach their kids very much. You don't meet a stranger and go to someone's house. We went to the house. He's a 13-year-old boy. Got in the house, and Mr. Dahmer prepares the cup of coffee with the drug in it and passes the cup of coffee to the boy. He has the boy start posing, and while the boy will say he was scared, obviously, at this situation, told him to take his shirt off, then zip his pants open, and Dahmer went over and reached down and touched his penis, pulled his penis out over his underwear. Now, the boy became alarmed and afraid. He had taken some of the coffee, and he got up and said, he's got to go. And Dahmer, he has some recollection of Dahmer saying, here's the money, and having some money, and the boy left the house. He had not gotten far, as he'll testify, before he began to feel the effect of the drugs. He made it home, and his next consciousness, he wakes up in a hospital where his parents have taken him to a hospital because he's arrived home. Why didn't Mr. Dahmer kill this young man? Mr. Dahmer states that he had to work that evening, and for that reason he didn't kill him. He had to go to work. Does this sound like something he couldn't control? Here's the young man leaving. Relatively slight boy at age 13. He doesn't attempt to overpower him. That's not the plan. There could be, I suppose, if that was his intent, if he tried that, there could be a ruckus. The point of the matter is he doesn't undertake to slay this boy, although he's got him there, he's given him the drugs, and the young man is there. He doesn't undertake to kill him. He was arrested the next morning. The boy, of course, went to the hospital. The police went to the hospital. Inquiry was made. Dahmer was identified, and early the next day, the police went to the Ambrosia Chocolate Company and arrested him at work. Dahmer was taken, the investigating officer, Scott Schaefer, will testify. He will testify how he was brought him to he was brought to the Detective Bureau, and Schaefer interviewed him at that time. And I want you to hear Schaefer, because if a man is under arrest, that's a time of stress. You're going to see that he does not act psychotically. One of the doctors, Mr. Boyle's doctors, claims he's psychotic. I'm going to bring in all kinds of witnesses, not that just spent 10 hours with Mr. Dahmer, but which spent a lot more time, that are going to tell you they never observed anything psychotic about Mr. Dahmer.
That's what this is really about, Is he insane? It's so interesting.
Saw him for 10 hours. We're going to put people on the stand that worked with him and saw Dahmer for thousands of hours, and say they never saw him out of touch with reality. They didn't see him with the lack of with free-flowing ideas, or bizarre behavior, or out of touch with reality, or incoherent speech. The people that spent thousands of hours with him didn't see him like that. People that worked with him never saw him like that. Although Mr. Boyle's psychiatrist is going to claim that he's psychotic.
I think his dad was just on TV this week.
In any event, I'll put on the stand Detective Scott Schaefer, who interviewed Mr. Dahmer at the time of his arrest. Again, this is less than a month later. He was arrested on September 27, 1988. On October 7, 1988, he's back getting the drug from the pharmacy, again prescribed by Dr. Carl Olson. That's less than a month after the arrest. On the 10th of February, 1989, Dahmer purchases more tablets of that particular drug from Richard's Pharmacy, prescribed by Dr. Carl Olson. On September the 10th, on March the 10th, 1989, Dahmer pleads guilty to the second-degree sexual assault. That's their 2 counts: enticing and touching, enticing, bringing him off the street into the house, and then sexually touching him in the house. It's 2 counts, and he faced substantial years in prison. However, he is given probation. But even before that sentencing takes place, he pleads guilty on March the 10th. He will not be sentenced until May 23rd. That's 2 months later. However, on Saturday, March 25th, 1989, that's 15 days after he pleads guilty, victim number 5, Anthony Sears. Mr. Dahmer met him at La Cage, which is in the gay bar area near 2nd and National. They went to Dahmer's grandmother's house out in West Dallas, where they had sex. Dahmer then drugged the victim and killed him. This is the 5th victim that occurred.
Oh, I know, Andy. He's passed out a couple times, I'm pretty sure.
He was aged 24 years of age on March 25, 1989.
He's reading papers right now to stay awake.
While the case is pending. On May 23, 1989, he is sentenced for second-degree sexual assault. He received 1 year in the House of Correction and 5 years of probation. 4 days later, on May 27, 1989, he purchased some more drugs from the pharmacy. All right, what happens from then on, the next period? You see a gap there. From that sexual assault on May 23, 1989, the next homicide that takes place is on May 20th of 1990. During a part of that time, he is on what we call work release during this time. He is in the house, really, as I recall, it's the facility right across the street from here, the St. Anthony's Hospital Center. It used to be St. Anthony's Hospital. It's now a community correctional center. He can walk to Ambrosia Chocolate from there. It's not far from the center. And during that time, during that year, he is out to work, regularly to work. He comes back and spends the evening at the house at this facility. During that time for that year, although he's out, he does not initiate any assaults. For 1 year, this period of time, for 1 year, there are no sexual assaults. That's control. That's control. If this were a man out of control, when he was released to go to work, any of those hundreds of days that he was on the street, if he was out of control, he'd be doing sexual assault. But he decides, no, he's at the House of Correction, or there, he's to be there. It's in his interest to be there every night, and that's where he is. On March 30th of 1990, he again gets some more pills. By this time, of course, well, he doesn't serve the full year. He sends a letter, and he's released a little early. So although he actually was sentenced to the year, he gets out early. And on the 30th of March, 1990, he gets the pills again, the same drug prescribed by Dr. Olson. And on the 31st of March, 1990, he purchases membership in the Unicorn Club Limited, which is a gay club on Halsted Street in Chicago. In other words, he gets the drug here, goes down to Chicago. On Friday, the next day goes, or on Thursday, the next day goes down to Chicago. He registers at the club, the Bathhouse there, on March 31, 1990, and on Sunday, April 1, 1990, he visits the Unicorn Club. This is also a bathhouse. The operator of that bathhouse will testify, and Mr. Dahmer visits a number of times, and I'll mention that as we go through, visits the bathhouse in Chicago. Again, on the 8th, April 8th of 1990, Mr. Dahmer visits the Unicorn Club Limited in Chicago. On the 12th of April, 1990, he buys more drugs. He's using his drugs in the bathhouse down in Chicago. He purchases 30 tablets again. This was again prescribed by Dr. Olson.
Interesting, out of 75 votes so far, the poll was, have you seen the Netflix series? No, at 59% and 41% yes.
13th of April, 1990, goes down to the Unicorn Club again in Chicago. On the 21st of April, 1990, goes to the Unicorn Club in Chicago. On the 27th of April, he had an appointment at DePaul. As a part of that condition of probation, he was given a year in the local facility here, and in addition, he's given 5 years probation. The condition of the probation is that he spends a year, a better part of a year, at the local facility. But the probation is to continue for 5 years from the sexual assault charge. This charge, the sexual assault...
Got one for the judge, too.
After he
didn't have any good pictures at all.
On this, he's sentenced to 5 years probation, the first year to be at the St. Anthony's facility across the street. He serves about 10 months across the street, but that 5 years probation continues. And the condition of that probation is that he gets some help. He's got a probation officer, and she is attempting to persuade him. Her name is Donna Chester, to persuade him to get help. He is referred to the DePaul Center. A number of times I'll read contacts with DePaul. Again, he doesn't make the effort. Part of this problem is drinking. You will see when we talk about the homicides, he takes the drinks. He doesn't want to kill them. He says he takes the drinks to put down the inhibitions. At any rate, he makes his first appointment at DePaul. He mixed up the dates, he says, and he canceled that. He moved to an apartment now. During the time that he was out he had surrendered his apartment when he was serving time here at the local lockup, and he moved back out to his grandmother's house. Now he gets his own apartment again at 924 North 25th Street. This is the facility at which he is to kill a number of men. He moves in there on May 14th, 1990. 5 days later, on Sunday, May 20th of 1990, he met Raymond Smith, also known as Cash D. He met him at the 219 Club, one of the gay clubs. And they went to the address at 924 North 25th Street, where Dahmer drugged him, killed him, and had oral sex with him. This is the first person that he killed there.
Probably.
Now, this is after a year. Well over a year has passed now. He has not killed anyone. He has controlled himself. He was gone down to the bathhouses in Chicago. He's controlled himself while he was serving that time. And you see that the passage of time in the interval has passed from Mr. Sears, which was March 25th, 1989, to the next homicide, which is about 14 months later.
Wow.
Or about May 20 of 1990. Again, control, obvious control. This is not a man running out of control. On Monday, May 21, 1990, he used some of his drugs on Mr. Smith. He gets new drugs. He gets 60 tablets from, again, prescribed by Dr. Olson. He also purchased a camera on that date, a color camera that he will be using to take pictures. On June the 1st of 1990, he attends a seminar at DePaul Hospital. On the 4th of June, same year, 1990, he attends a seminar at DePaul Hospital. On June 11, 1990, he has a face-to-face meeting with Donna Chester, his probation agent. He says that he prefers male partners but denies being involved in sexual activity. He states that he masturbates to release his sexual urges. And the agent tries to help him, give him advice. Throughout, she will try to say, look, if you can refers him to a facility that helps homosexual men that are having problems. She tells him how to call, how to get in touch. He does not seem to ever exercise that option. He does go to the group therapy at the DePaul Hospital on the 15th of June, the 19th of June, the 20th of June of 1990. Again, on the 22nd of June, he attends group therapy. On Sunday, June 24, 1990, he meets Edward W. Smith, also known as the Sheik, who was last seen at a gay pride parade. Dahmer met him at the Phoenix Bar and took him to his apartment by cab. That's at 924 North 25th Street. They had oral sex. Dahmer gave Smith a drink and strangled him. I may be reading these in one sequence or another, but basically what's happening is with some there's sex before, with some there's sex after. Not all the individuals that he takes out there for one reason or another, as you'll see, meet some on the street. Some may be homosexual, some may not be homosexual. Some he has sex with after he drugs them. But again, he drugs them, and then when about the time that they would be coming around and recovering, he then proceeds to strangle them to death. Each of these so far he has strangled to death. Except we do not know how Mr. Tomey died, but the rest have been strangled to death. Again, he missed work Monday. That was on the 24th, Sunday the 24th of 1990. On Monday the 25th of 1990, Dahmer misses work at the Ambrosia Chocolate Company. On the 25th, he also goes out to group therapy at the DePaul Hospital. On the 25th, he also has a face-to-face meeting with his Donna Chester, his probation agent. At that time, this is a day after his involvement with Edward Smith, Dahmer stated that he was gay but had no sexual involvement with male or females. He states that he satisfies his sexual urges with masturbation. Again, on June 20th of 1990, he goes to group therapy at DePaul. On the 30th of June, he goes down to the Unicorn Club bathhouse in Chicago. On the 3rd of July, he has another session, a one-on-one session at the DePaul Hospital with Patty Anthony, who is a counselor. They're trying to address his drinking problem first. On Sunday, July...
Hear a little static. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna make sure that's not coming through.
July 8th, 1990, Mr. Dahmer is at the Phoenix Bar and makes contact with a juvenile. His date of birth at that time, that juvenile...
Approaching 56 minutes into this opening statement. It's 1 hour and 51 minutes. We're about the halfway point. I'm gonna wake y'all up just for a second here. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate everyone. Again, it's Memorial Day weekend. First of many Sunday morning streams going into the afternoon here. We're going to be covering classic cases here on Publicly Buzzed. And yeah, I'm excited about it. The first one, of course, the Jeffrey Dahmer trial. This is many parts. This is going to be probably many weeks here on Publicly Buzzed. Hopefully you guys will settle in and become part of this. And yeah, appreciate all the help from everybody as well. Yeah, one more little wake-up call. Now that we're getting to the afternoon here, we're getting close anyways, almost noon. You can be opening up a beer, huh? Should have had a beer ready. I do have a beer upstairs, though. I have a Corona. Thank you, guys.
Now,
you be careful out there, Rich. Thanks, bud. Appreciate you coming through. You should be good, though. On the sneak. Don't let Mickey see you.
He has an encounter with a male, a 15-year-old boy, on July 8th, 1990. And at that time, Mr. Dahmer advises the police how what happened out there.
He just starts going crazy.
Attempted to drug the young man. The young man, he had him lay out on the bed to start posing. At one point, he asked the young man to turn over. When the young man turned over, Mr. Dahmer had secured a mallet. Didn't have drugs available at that time, but he had secured a mallet, and he struck this young man in the back near the neck area with the mallet. The young man was not knocked unconscious. A struggle ensued. He was conscious. They argued back and forth, and this occurred over a period of time.
Me too. I don't even drink coffee. I was saying I might get into some coffee drinking here. I'm a late night person. I was up still to about 1 this morning. I was like, but I still made myself get in the bed. Groot, thank you very much. Have a great weekend, Steve. I appreciate it coming through with the $1.99. Appreciate that, Groot. Love it.
Up some during that time. The young man, Dahmer states the young man left saying he was going to call the police. Came back, didn't have any money. They talked some more for a number of hours. And then eventually Dahmer decided to walk the young man to a bus stand. And when the psychiatrist asked him about that, he says, well, you know, he became human. He ceased to be an object to me. And I didn't want to kill him then. And he doesn't kill him. He exercises control and does not kill that man. That young boy. He's a 15-year-old boy. Again, on July the 9th, 1990, this is several days after that contact, a day after that contact with the 15-year-old, Mr. Dahmer sees his Donna Chester, his probation agent, says he's feeling depressed and thinking about suicide. On that 9th again, which is Monday after the incident with the 15-year-old, Dahmer takes a sick day from the Ambrosia Chocolate Company. On Monday, August 27, 1990, again Dahmer has a face-to-face contact meeting with Donna Chester, his probation agent, complains about various problems that he has. He discussed his sexual behavior and stated not what he was really doing, stated that he buys himself pornography books and masturbates. He denies picking up any male partners to Donna Chester. Again, on the 30th of August, 1990, he has a one-on-one session at DePaul.
It would be cool just for like future streams, which I could get a beer, you know, later, which I may. I mean, shit, as we literally get into the daytime here, and it's the holiday weekend. Start it with a coffee. You know, it's early in the morning. Good morning, guys. As we get into the afternoon, start to pop one.
On Monday, 9/3/90, that is September 3 of 1990, another homicide occurs. And this involves Ernest Miller, a 23-year-old man. Jeffrey Dahmer states that he met him in front of a bookstore in the 800 block of North 27th Street.
Stevie's hilarious, yo.
There's a bookstore in that area. That's roughly 27th and Wells in our city. That he met Mr. Miller there in the street, that they went back to the apartment, that Mr. Miller drugged him and then killed him by cutting his jugular vein. Dahmer said that he was short on pills, didn't have a full dose to give Miller. This is the only person that Dahmer killed with a knife, and that he felt as this man might be coming out of the drug state. He had enjoyed him sexually. As he's coming out of the drug state, Dahmer decides to stab him in the neck, and in that fashion kills him. Again, he goes through the process. We're going to talk about getting rid of the bodies. And Mr. Boyle's remarks has emphasized that, what he's doing with the bodies and so on. That's true. After, however, he's enjoyed the bodies, he enjoys the bodies for a day or two. And then he's tired of them. Doesn't no longer find them sexually attractive. And then it becomes a disposal problem and how to get rid of those bodies. You may recall with the first incident, Hicks, he's trucking it away in a car when he's stopped by the police. That's back in Ohio in 1978. He does not have a car himself. As I've indicated to you, every one of these victims, he always picks a guy with no car. And why does he do that? Because he doesn't want a car. When the man is killed, there's going to be a car sitting in front of the house. And if there's a missing out on this person, hey, here's his car. And suspicion is going to mount if abandoned cars are plentiful suddenly around his apartment. So for a man who claims he couldn't control himself, he is always very careful to see that he gets a man who doesn't have a car. At any rate, after several days, he's got to dispose of those bodies. And that's a messy job and a dirty job. And he tells Fosdell he didn't like that. He didn't like that part of the job. And that's why it backed up sometimes. He had a couple of bodies there because it was an unpleasant aspect of getting rid of the bodies. But it was a clever way. When all is said and done, he killed 17 men, and there was no one looking for him. He wasn't wanted. It's a very clever way to get rid of the flesh of these people and to soak the bones in acid. He got acid, would soak the bones and get rid of the bones. He kept mementos of them. He kept skulls of many of them, not all of them, but many of them. And he kept some portions of a couple of the men. And I will talk about that in a few minutes.
Gotcha, Bob.
At any rate, he killed Miller.
That's a good idea.
On September 3 of 1990. On September 4 of 1990, he called his probation agent, Donna Chester, and talked with her and said he would get an assessment according to her wishes. On the 15th of September of 1990, he again went to another doctor, Dr. Sinence, and got 60 tablets of that particular drug. At a particular point, the doctor from whom he had been getting this drug became concerned, thought he was going to get dependent on the drug, confronted Dahmer and said, look, I'm concerned you're going to get dependent on this drug. Obviously having no idea, not knowing that Dahmer was lying to him about what he's using the drugs for.
Thanks, everybody.
And Dahmer switched to another doctor to get those drugs. All right, on September 22nd of 1990, Dahmer visits the Bathhouse Club down in Chicago. 2 visits on the same day. On Saturday, September 22nd, 1990, he went into the bathhouse twice on that day. On the 23rd Sunday, he visited the Bath Club, the Unicorn Club in Chicago again. He returned to Milwaukee on September 23, 1990, or Monday, September 24, 1990. He met David Thomas. Dahmer states that he met him at 2nd in Wisconsin. This is on the street, 2nd in Wisconsin, and that they went to Dahmer's apartment on North 25th Street. Dahmer drugged him and killed the victim. In his first 2 statements to the police, Dahmer stated that he did not have sex with him and that he killed Thomas because he didn't want him to recover and get angry at him. That he didn't want Thomas to come out of it and get angry at Dahmer and I didn't tell you, but after Flowers recovered, that was the man that recovered out at the grandmother's house, Flowers would tell you when he testifies, at some later date, he confronted Dahmer at one of the gay taverns and had words with him, and Flowers is a very strong-looking man. At any rate, that was his first statements. He was to change that later, the statements about what he did with Mr. Thomas. But in his first statements to the police, he said he did not have sex with him and killed him because he was concerned if he came out of it, he'd be angry and he would do something to Dahmer. Again, he dismembers the body. On Monday the 24th, this is the day, this occurred, the slaying of David Thomas occurred either on the 23rd or the 24th of September 1990. In any event, on September 24th, Dahmer makes a strong-arm robbery complaint, claimed that $20 was taken from him on the street. And he made that complaint to an officer, Joseph Machika. Officer Machika is going to testify. This is within 24 hours, give or take some, of the slaying of Mr. Thomas. And interesting, also on September 24, 1990, Dahmer has a face-to-face meeting with Donna Chester. And at that time, there was some discussion about a urine test that he had not passed. And Dahmer stated that he had taken a particular drug to sleep. Occasionally, Dahmer, at least in one incident we know for sure, Dahmer tells us, as he was mixing the drugs, he got the cups confused, and he wound up taking the drug rather than the person to whom he was designing it. On the 25th of September 1990, this is 2 days after the slaying, Dahmer misses an appointment at the DePaul Hospital. He called his probation agent and told her, Donna Chester, that he'd been robbed and that they had taken $10. Notice $25 complaint to the officer, $10 complaint to Donna Chester. On October 13, 1990, Jeffrey Dahmer met with a psychiatrist, a Dr. Krems. That was on the recommendation of the DePaul people. On the 25th of October, he saw another counselor at DePaul. For a second time, on November 3 of 1990, Dahmer met with Dr. Krems. And he also had, on the 5th of November 1990, he had his carpet cleaned. We're going to bring in the carpet cleaners. There was blood on the carpet, apparently blood on the carpet, and the carpet cleaner will advise you what he observed and so on while he was with Mr. Dahmer. On November the 9th of 1990, Dahmer saw Dr. Krems. Dr. Krems, and this is in Dr. Krems' report in terms of his psychiatric notes, concludes that Dahmer is not psychotic, as did the psychiatrists for the state of Wisconsin and the court-appointed psychiatrist who concluded that Mr. Dahmer was not psychotic. At any rate, Dr. Krems concluded that in his notes. On the 18th of January 1991, Dahmer purchased a dummy surveillance camera from an electronic store. He was very concerned about someone entering the apartment and finding some body parts that he had there. He always knew it was wrong. He kept the place locked. He had it posted. You will see pictures of that where he had posted, alarmed. He brought in this dummy camera to try to convince people if a burglar broke in to say, hey, get out of this place. Don't go into the bedroom where he kept some of the parts, some of the skulls that he was collecting. On the 11th of January 1991, he received a prescription from Dr. Crowley. Dr. Crowley is a psychiatrist that, again, his probation officer had recommended that he see. On the 24th, strike that, on the 4th of February 1991, Dahmer goes down to the bathhouse in Chicago. On the 5th of February 1991, Dahmer obtains 15 more of the particular drug from a Dr. Bruce Hong. We will call him to testify as well. On the 9th, this is 4 days, he gets more drugs. And 4 days later, he goes down to the bathhouse in Chicago at the Unicorn Club. Again, he indicates to the psychiatrist that a number of times he met men down there and drugged them and had relations with them. On the 17th of February 1991, on the street at a bus stop, the defendant met Curtis Straughter. Mr. Straughter was a 19-year-old man at that time. Strike that, a 17-year-old man at that time. Mr. Straughter, now we've gone through David Thomas. We're now at Curtis Straughter, age 17. On February 17, 1991, Dahmer met him on a street corner near a bus stop. Met with him. They went to Dahmer's apartment. Dahmer drugged him, had oral sex, and strangled the victim with a strap. Took some photos at the time, then dismembered him. On the 18th of February 1991, Dahmer was a no-show at the probation office. And you'll see the pattern is the same. When Dr. Rosen tried to help him after the exposure case, he refused help. When Donna Chester, the probation officer, tried to assist him, he refused help. When DePaul tried to address the drinking problem, he continued to drink on the weekends, ignoring their efforts. Responsibility is the issue here, just rejecting any efforts at help. On the 25th of February 1991, Dahmer called his probation officer, Donna Chester, stating he was sick with the flu, and he would miss that appointment on that particular day. On Friday, the 22nd of March, he secures 60 more of this particular drug from Dr. Hong. Several weeks later, on April 7, 1991, another victim falls. That is victim number 11, Mr. Lindsay. He is age 19 years of age. Mr. Dahmer meets him at 27th and Kilburn, which is near his apartment. It's a street corner meeting, and Dahmer takes him to the apartment where Dahmer drugged and strangled the victim and then had oral sex with him and then dismembered him. Again, he keeps these bodies for several days, generally to enjoy them. And again, he took a sick day. That was on a Sunday that he slew Mr. Lindsay, and the next day, Monday and Tuesday, he took 2 days off from Ambrosia Chocolate Company. On Friday, the 12th of April 1991, he had a face-to-face meeting with Donna Chester, his probation officer. He claimed that things were going well for him at the time. On Monday, May 20th, 1991, Dahmer purchased 16 gallons of muriatic acid and 6 gallons of Soilex cleaner and 1 pair of stripping and refining gloves from the National Ace Hardware. He decided that to speed up the operation of acidifying the flesh and the bones, buying this muriatic acid with the intent to facilitate the disposition of the flesh and the bones. On Friday, the 24th of 1991, he buys 60 more of the drug from a Walgreens, again prescribed by Dr. Hong. On Friday, the 24th, that very day of 1991, another victim would fall, Tony Hughes. Mr. Hughes, as you can see, is 31 years of age at the time. Mr. Hughes is a man that does not speak. He has a hearing problem. And Mr. Dahmer met him at the 219 Club, which is in the gay club area, and both went to Dahmer's apartment where Dahmer drugged Hughes, killed him.
That episode of the next Netflix special with the deaf dude is fucking sad.
Dismembered him. On Monday, the 27th of 1991, and this is the Conarac synthesis phone incident. And this is, I ask you to pay particular attention here. They're all obviously vitally important. At any rate, Dahmer tells us that he met Conarac synthesis phone in the mall, the Wisconsin Avenue Mall, and talked him into coming up to the apartment to pose for pictures. That they went up to the apartment, and that at that time, Mr. Dahmer prepared the drug drink, gave it to the young man, and at first he does not say it, but later he said he used a drill on this young man's head. But at any rate, the man is Mr. Synthesymphone, young Synthesymphone. He is taken to that apartment and given the drug, and Mr. Dahmer goes out to get more alcohol. While Conarac Synthesymphone, he leaves Synthesymphone in the apartment. Synthesymphone has apparently enough altogether to get out onto the street. He is naked, and he makes his way from the apartment, it's about roughly a block, down 25th Street to the area of 25th and State. He is under the influence now of this drug, and at that time, some citizens see him, and the police are summoned. A fire truck comes, the police come, and Mr. Dahmer is there. Mr. Dahmer comes up on the scene. Mr. Dahmer, at that time, claims he's been drinking, and young Synthesymphone is there. Young Synthesymphone is talking in native Laotian. He's under the influence of the drug that Mr. Dahmer has administered to him. These are somewhat experienced officers. One of them has at least 8 years. And they're there on the street corner, they start talking. And they will testify, as I told you during the voir dire, they will testify their observations. Dahmer persuades them that this is simply a gay friend of his, that Conarac is a gay friend of his, Dahmer's, and the police and Dahmer go back to Dahmer's apartment. Dahmer shows them some pictures that he has taken of Mr. Synthesymphone. Before he left Synthesymphone, he had taken some pictures. The officers talk for several minutes with Mr. Dahmer while young Synthesymphone is there. And they will testify. They're not talking to an incoherent man. They're not talking to a man out of control. They're not talking to a man that's incoherent, that's got a flight of ideas, that's suffering from a delusion or suffering from hallucinations. He persuades those officers. He is in control of the situation. He persuades those officers that Conarac Synthesymphone is a friend of his that's been staying there for several days. And the young man, who is 14 years of age, he persuades the officers that everything's okay, and they leave. Not long after they leave, he decides that he will undertakes, he says, to do some additional drilling with Conarac Synthesymphone. Synthesymphone dies. I hope you will listen carefully to what those officers say, because you have persons right there near him that can testify as to whether he's in any out-of-control state. Does a man who was out of control leave Synthesymphone there in the apartment in the first place to go and get more beer? Or is it a person that needs more alcohol to continue with a job that even he finds grisly? Again, on the 24th of May, I've covered that already. On May 27, 1991, after Dahmer, I mentioned that, is met at the Grand Avenue Mall. We've gone over what happened inside the home and outside the home. And Dahmer performed oral sexual activities and anal sexual activities on Conarac Synthesymphone. The day after that, which is a Tuesday, Dahmer took a day off, a personal day off from the chocolate company. On Tuesday, the 28th of 1991, which is 1 or 2 days later, he meets again with Donna Chester, complains, as he often does in those meetings, and agrees to see Dr. Crowley. On June the 30th of 1991, victim number 14, Matt Turner, meets Jeffrey Dahmer at a bus station in Chicago. Dahmer has been going down to Chicago. He meets this man, Matt Turner, at the bus station in Chicago and induces him to come up to Milwaukee. That's got to take some persuasion. You can bet on that. Do you think he was dealing with an out-of-control, incoherent man, or a person who could be persuasive? All these people that go out to the apartment with him. At any rate, they come up. Mr. Matt Turner comes up from Chicago. Dahmer gets him into the apartment, drugs him, has sex with him, uses a strap to strangle him to death. On the 5th of July, 1991, Mr. Dahmer is again down in Chicago. He meets in a bar. He meets a Jeremiah Weinberger in a bar. They take a Greyhound back to Milwaukee and go to Dahmer's apartment. That time they have oral sex. Dahmer drugs him and proceeds to strangle the victim. On the 15th of July, 1991, Mr. Dahmer meets Oliver Lacey at 27th Street between State and Kilburn and induces him to come to his apartment. They go to Dahmer's apartment. He says to pose for photos. Dahmer drugs him and strangles the victim, and Dahmer says he then had anal sex with him after that. And that he saved the head of Mr. Lacey. Again, on the 15th of July of 1991, he has been so often late and missed so many days at the chocolate factory that his boss meets with him and suspends him. And you're going to hear from his boss, is a man that he worked for and spent, as I say, thousands of hours, who will tell you whether he thinks he suffers from any. In fact, he will tell you that he does not suffer, in his opinion, from any mental difficulty, at least from his experience with work. On the 16th of July, Dahmer called his probation officer, Donna Chester, and said that he had missed an appointment with her and that told her that he had been fired. She urges him to see Dr. Crowley. On the 19th of July, 1991, Mr. Dahmer meets at a bus stop on the west side of our city, meets Joseph Bredehoft, and persuades Joseph Bredehoft to go to the apartment with him. There's drugging involved and oral sex, and Dahmer strangles this man with a strap and then proceeds to dismember him. That was to be the last of the 17 victims of Mr. Dahmer. On the 22nd of July of 1991, Mr. Dahmer had contact with one Tracy Edwards at the Grand Avenue Mall and induced him to return to the apartment. Mr. Dahmer, the drugging, either did not have the sufficient drugging pills. At any rate, there was a dispute developed between he and Mr. Edwards, and Mr. Edwards made it out of the apartment alive and summoned police, who returned, and the arrest of Mr. Dahmer ensued. Dahmer was then first interviewed early hour mornings of July 23, 1991. I've been taking a great deal of time on this, and I'm sorry, but I think it was important to see all those dates, to see what was transpiring, to get a picture that is not just starkly the slayings as they occurred. Let's talk briefly about the taking of any flesh for the purposes of eating it. There were two persons that he spoke of that he took flesh to eat. He told both doctors he was curious about it. Did it out of curiosity. The first one was Ernest Miller. By that time, the whole backboard was covered with the number of people that he had slain by that time, whatever it is, 7th or 8th or 9th. This is the first man, Ernest Miller, that he decided out of curiosity to try it, to take some of his flesh. The other person whose flesh he cut was Oliver Lacey. He took some of Oliver Lacey's. At first he didn't say anything to the police about that. Then he said, yeah, he had taken flesh once, then told the police he had taken it several times. He told one of our psychiatrists that he did it 6 times with these two, from flesh from these two men. He told another one of our psychiatrists 10 times. But basically it started with out of curiosity, and this is a man now that has killed a number of men, who is in every sense outside the law in every sense of the word. I'm going to talk only briefly about, may I have the overhead here? I'll turn it on. While they're moving that, I'd like to speak to the zombie issue as well. The attempt to inject something into the head. In both cases, he did not want to kill these men. He wanted to keep them. The cases he wanted to keep.
Bonnie Bailey coming through with a super chat. 550. Thank you so much, Steve. Thank you so much for being here, Bonnie. Appreciate it. Get one of these.
Baby, I got your money.
Yeah, I know this is a weird one today, and it's going to be a weird one moving forward, right? I mean, I'm usually a later evening show. But yeah, every Sunday we're going to be coming in here early in the morning, 9 a.m. Eastern time. I know that's earlier in different time frames for a lot of different people. A lot of people that come through, all over the world. We have people from the UK, we have people from Ireland, from Scotland, people in here today in this actual chat, different time frames. But yeah, appreciate everyone for hanging out, and thank you very much for that. For that 550, Bonnie, appreciate that. Thank you. We'll give you one more. Wake up call. Got to wake everybody up a little bit. I am. It is 12:08. It is noon here. We're out of the morning phase. Oh, crack a beer, huh? I'll crack a beer.
Keep them alive. His idea was have what sometimes in the literature what might be called a sex slave, a person of very reduced mentality that would be under his power. Not dead, mind you, but alive. Indeed, as he said to our expert in terms of what his wishes were and what his choices were, he preferred the person to be alive. Both of the experts indicated that, to which that rather than a dead body, he preferred a live body. He preferred a totally compliant live body. And that meant a drugged body, and he preferred the body drugged. It was a diminution. When life was taken, it wasn't as interesting. He liked to hear the heart. He liked the aliveness of the body, but the drug only lasted so long. Indeed, he told the police that he tried to extend it with ether. They found ether in the apartment, that he tried to keep them under. When the drug, after a period of time, the drug would wear off. He didn't have intravenous apparatus to put the drug in. So as they try to come out of it, he attempted to extend the drug period by the use of ether, but he was not successful in that attempt. And eventually, he heard one time on TV or radio that you could freeze. People were dry freezing their pets, and you could dry freeze a pet as though it were alive, and that he would prefer even that. First the live, very compliant person, such a person you do not find. Then the drug compliant person. Finally, the person, the dry freeze, if you will. And last, the body, having the body, a dead body. That was the last choice, not the first choice. I'd like to talk to you about the law. May we turn that on?
This is the law that you will be deciding. The judge will be instructing us. 971.15, mental responsibility of defendant. The person is not responsible for criminal conduct if at the time of such conduct, as a result of mental disease or defect, he lacks substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law. All right, there's no issue of defect here. Everyone agrees Mr. Dahmer is of at least average intelligence. We're not talking about a person that is a mental defective. That's not in this picture at all. So the issue is mental disease. And there will be discussion and debate, disagreement between the psychiatrists on this. There is what's called the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of the American Psychiatric Association. They list what they call mental disorders, and paraphilias is one of those mental disorders. It's a new type of word. The old word used to be sex deviant. That was a word that some viewed as an insulting word because of the various categories.
Sexual deviant.
And the word paraphilia is a relatively new word.
Propaganda.
The deviation that would be involved here would be interest in a dead body, a sexual interest in a dead body. Well, the newer word for it is called a paraphilia. And the doctors for the defense and the doctors for the state will say, yes, he had a paraphilia. He did take pleasure out of a dead body, and that is referred to as a disorder within that manual. However, the doctor will say, Dr. Deese particularly will say that mental disease is not, that you see in this statute, is not the type of mental disorder that they're talking about in that manual. And indeed, that manual on its face will tell you that you can't overlap the two. Merely because it's called a mental disorder in the manual itself warns you that that doesn't mean it's going to be a mental disease under the law. So there will be a discussion about that. You will hear testimony about that. And then you will hear testimony about whether he lacked substantial capacity to either appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law. And these are some of the examples that you will see in terms of to appreciate it. When Dr. Dietz, and I'd like to take a minute or two to introduce Dr. Dietz in his absence. Dr. Dietz is educated at the Cornell Medical School, also took some Cornell undergraduate.
took advanced medical education and advanced psychiatry and studied in that process at Johns Hopkins. He went to Harvard and taught at Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Went to the University of Virginia, where he held an assistant professor position in both the Faculty of Law and the Faculty of Medicine. He was the key government psychiatrist in the Hinckley case. He has testified on other serial murder cases. He has written on serial murder cases, has lectured on serial murder cases, and will bring to bear that experience. I will also ask you to check his thoroughness. Watch the number of hours that he spends before he formulates his opinion. The doctors formulated their opinions and submitted them to the court prior to January 10, 1991. The court ordered it, as is proper under the statute, that those opinions be submitted. See the number of hours, the thoroughness with which the respective doctors, all of them. I invite you to measure my doctors against it, measure the defendant's doctors. How many hours did you spend with the defendant interviewing him? Did you get all the facts? Did you discuss all the cases? How did you handle it? Did you work independently, and so on? I invite you to evaluate my experts. I urge you to evaluate. And when we were doing the voir dire, I asked you to consider qualifications and thoroughness and experience. I invite you to do that. All right, Dr. Dietz, in talking with the defendant over a 3-day period that he talked with him, Dahmer told him that the time that he killed each of these 15 victims, he appreciated that it was wrong to kill the victim. He further told Dr. Dietz that the fact that Mr. Dahmer, in some instances, took steps to reduce the chances that he would be identified as the last person seen with the victim. We're talking about his knowing that it's wrong. He doesn't want to be seen because he knows that it's wrong. The fact that Mr. Dahmer in each instance committed the charged offense in a private setting, hidden from the view of others. You sometimes have heard of an irresistible impulse. There was a case in Michigan of a person, an angry man, rushing into a crowded bar and shooting someone else when he heard that this man had violated his wife, going right in front of a crowd and shooting somebody. Hidden, and that Mr. Dahmer, all these cases, all these incidences were done out of view. The fact that Mr. Dahmer found it necessary to drink alcohol to overcome his inhibitions against killing the victims. He told the psychiatrist how he had to drink the alcohol to get down his inhibitions before he would go on killing. The fact that Mr. Dahmer feared being caught in the killing of a victim or in the presence of a drugged, comatose, or dead or dismembered victim. Didn't want to be caught there because he knew it was wrong, obviously. The fact that Mr. Dahmer took elaborate steps to destroy evidence of his crimes and to hold it, to get rid of the bodies, and to hold it secure against discovery by others, including his techniques for disposal of bodies. And for at one point he concealed a head in various cases and so on. How he secured his apartment, how he locked it, how he marked it that it was protected with an alarm, how he had an alarm, how he put in this dummy camera. All of it reflecting he knows what he's doing is wrong. If he thought it wasn't wrong, he wouldn't be doing that, obviously. And then he painted the skulls. At one point he painted the skulls because he was afraid someone would see them and think they were real. So we got some spray paint and painted them so that they would look artificial. You perhaps have yourself seen artificial skulls. In terms of whether he had the capacity to control himself, I think, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this particular point, he lacked substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct. Mr. Boyle did not speak to that issue when he lectured to you, when he spoke to you. I have spoken to it. I have told you that Mr. Dahmer said often when he was asked, yes, he knew that it was what he was doing was wrong. He said it to the police, he said it to our psychiatrists. And I do not know if you'll see any evidence to the contrary. All right, what about the capacity to control? Would I keep that free? That light? Would you turn on as if that's possible? The battery perhaps burned out. Let me speak to it. Apparently the light has burned out. The issue of control, and was he able to control himself? I've addressed on that a number of times, touching even with the first case, the jogger case, where he didn't have to go out ravenous through the park looking for someone to knock down. The jogger didn't appear, and that was it, and he didn't do anything. He said he was 15 or 16. He didn't do anything until the Hicks incident was 2 years later. 2 years later that he decided to act. and in the Hicks incident, all through the military, and that he did not assault anyone. When he was at his grandmother's house, the period that he was on work release, that he didn't assault anyone. That he went down to the bathhouses and didn't assault anyone in the bathhouses in Chicago. Never broke into an apartment to assault anybody. No evidence that a man out of control breaks into an apartment and assaults and kills another man so they can have his dead body. No evidence that he grabbed anybody on the street and used force to pull him off the street. Always a carefully controlled environment where he picks a man that has no car, brings him back to his place where he operates, where he has the drugs ready, he's prepared the drugs, he's got an environment that's protected where he's not going to be discovered, and so forth. I'm going to touch upon some of the items that Dr. Dietz points out as evidences of the control that the defendant had in his professional opinion. The fact that Mr. Dahmer told Dr. Dietz that at the time he killed each of these 15 victims, he would have refrained from doing so had the victims agreed to remain with him voluntarily for a few weeks. If they had said no, Weinberger came up for 2 days, the man from Chicago, Weinberger. He didn't kill him the first day. He enjoyed him. The second day, when Weinberger starts, he's got to go back to Chicago, that's when he kills Weinberger. And what he told Dietz is, no, if they had stayed for a couple of weeks, I would not have killed them. He wanted them alive. He wanted the pleasure while they were alive. Second, the fact that Mr. Dahmer told Dr. Dietz that at the time he killed each of these 15 victims, he would have refrained from doing so had a witness entered the room. Under control, would not have proceeded if a witness. You can think of the Flowers case, where the grandmother discovers that there's a man in the house. That's it. That's the end of the plan for Flowers. He does not proceed to kill Flowers. Same with the juvenile that struggled with him, that he hit with a mallet, that he struggled with. He let that man go when he came to his senses, let that man go too. The fact that third, the fact that Mr. Dahmer was able to suppress his sexual behavior other than occasional masturbation for prolonged periods of time in the military, at his mother's house, at the grandmother's house, and so on. The fact that Mr. Dahmer was able to satisfy his sexual desires with masturbation at all times. The fact that Mr. Dahmer did in fact satisfy himself exclusively with masturbation from about 1973 until the murder of Mr. Hicks in 1978. And from that time until the Tuolumne incident. Indeed, until the incident after that. Where he had whatever those desires were, he maintained them under control. The fact that Mr. Dahmer prepared himself for some of the murders by clearing spaces in his apartment for victim storage, by powdering the tablets in advance. In a number of the cases, he powdered the tablets before he went out to look for a victim, and have the tablets ready so then he would be prepared to drug them, to proceed with them sexually as he wished. And by occasionally working himself up by watching movies that featured evil or particularly powerful characters. The fact that Mr. Dahmer generally limited the murders to the weekends when he would have had sufficient time to enjoy the sex with the drugged person and then afterwards with the dead body. The fact that Mr. Dahmer did not kill any of the men he was attracted to while in bars or on the street or at the mall or in the peep show booths. It was always controlled back to his house. The fact that Mr. Dahmer did not kill those men whom he found attractive and had rendered unconscious, even after lowering his own inhibitions through drinking, where the bathhouse setting would preclude readily escaping detention. While he overdrugged people and there were complaints, there were no attacks in the bathhouses. And indeed, as the doctor points out, there were several men that came to his house, as we know that he says, visited his apartment that he drugged but did not slay, that he decided not to proceed with the slaying, although he had drugged them. We do not know who those men are, but Mr. Dahmer has spoken of them. The fact that Mr. Dahmer did not kill men he had drugged unless he continued to find them sufficiently attractive to warrant further steps. These are the men of which I have spoken. The fact that Mr. Dahmer reported that after rendering each of his victims unconscious, he voluntarily drank additional alcohol for the purpose of overcoming his natural inhibitions against killing them. And the fact that Mr. Dahmer did in each instance wait until the victim was in his place of residence, under his control, and behind closed doors before killing that particular victim. I would like to quote, finally, some quotes, and I'll end with this. Quotes from Dr. Fosdal. Dr. Fosdal is a state psychiatrist. He's experienced, as you will see, in the state of Wisconsin, a wanted psychiatrist from our state. He's testified often in our courts, testified Found some people sane, found some people insane. You will see that. He examined him over 5 times, over a substantial number of hours. And I'm going to quote from some of the things that he is quoting of Mr. Dahmer. This is a quote from Mr. Dahmer. When asked, Dahmer said, I had been doing so many terrible things that I became desensitized. I was completely desensitized. It didn't bother me. It had to be done to dispose of the remains. The Ambassador Hotel incident was a mistake. I had to rush around to make sure that it wasn't discovered. The only way I knew how to dispose of it, I couldn't leave a whole body in the trunk. It got progressively easier to do to the bodies. It was just a part of the procedure. In other words, it agreed that a human being can adapt to anything like shooting people in combat. Went on, further said that killing, quote, got so routine, close quote, that Dahmer was able to concentrate on his work. Said that, quote, on purpose, close quote, he did not ask them who they were so that he would not get to know them, quote, so they were objects, close quote. You may recall the one young man, when he got to know him, he didn't proceed to kill him. He didn't want to know them, didn't want to get to know them. As I mentioned already, that he experimented with the portions of the slices of the 2 bodies, only 2 bodies, Mr. Lacey and Mr. Miller. Further quote from Dr. Fosdell, the urge was to keep them with me, to masturbate and play with them. This road overrode any normal hesitation to have second thoughts about killing them. Then on further with Fosdell, I then asked him what he thought was wrong with him, and he said, my consuming lust to experience their bodies. The desire never left. There were times that I couldn't fulfill it because of time and work reasons. There were times I couldn't fulfill it because of time and work reasons. He had to go to work. That's what he said, at least, about the first juvenile that was the subject of the second-degree sexual assault. You may recall, he said, I had to go to work. I couldn't proceed with killing him because I had to go to work. The focus of my life was to find fulfillment and satisfaction with good-looking guys. The cannibalism, as he termed it, and the saving of body parts were just offshoots. Just having them for a few nights was not enough. Then I got into the offshoots, and but they couldn't be kept indefinitely. And finally, he said in talking about killing, said killing was not the satisfying part. Killing was just a means to an end. I told you that he preferred live people, even preferred the zombie, the experiment there. Said, quote, no, I didn't get a kick out of all that at all, the killing. That's why I tried to make it as painless as possible while they were asleep. I wasn't into torture, end of quote. Quote, or again, he further stated that killing the individuals and dismembering them was not part of his sexual act. This is not a man that enjoys the killing, that says, I enjoy the killing. He had to drink to overcome the inhibitions. Found it distasteful. Psychiatrists call it aversive. But it was a means, as he put it, a means to an end. He wanted to continue the pleasure. After had them while they were conscious, had them drugged. They're coming out of the drugging. The ether wouldn't do it.
So much.
Okay, you kill them. You have a couple more days at least with their body. You can.
We're just getting into it with the Dahmer stuff.
Then continuing, when Fosdell discussed with him the disregard for human life that was involved, Dahmer said, I viewed them as objects, as strangers. If I knew them, I could not have done it. Also, the alcohol helped. He talked about that he'd used the alcohol. He said that he was usually intoxicated when he gave the mixture of the drug. That a couple of times when he was somewhat sober, when he gave the mixture, he had drank earlier, but he did not feel intoxicated. He said at that time it was harder. It increased his lustful desires if he had had alcohol. And, quote, this is a direct quote, alcohol just put me in a better mood. It made me feel, it increased the lustful desire. It removes inhibitions. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I've talked for a long time. You've been very patient. You're probably wondering about lunch.
Lunch.
We will put on, not just the psychiatrists, we will put on numerous people that spent thousands of hours with Mr. Dahmer. And I will ask you to listen carefully to what they have to say. To listen to our psychiatrists, evaluate their competence, evaluate their thoroughness, in this matter. I profoundly and deeply appreciate your attention. I know my saintly dear mother used to say...
You fucked up. It takes 2 hours to go through the list of crimes that you've done.
Whenever I'd be giving a public speech, Mike, talk no more than 20 minutes. After that, everybody quits listening. I know you haven't quit listening. I've seen your eyes. That takes intense dedication. I thank you for it.
Jurors are excused for lunch. I ask counsel to remain.
Excuse the jurors, and counsel is going to stay. Opening statements.
First of all, I should make the observation that, Mr. McCann, that was a long half hour. Both counsel have submitted some proposals as far as some materials that should go into preliminary instructions as far as the court's concerned. The court has reviewed those requests, and the court has done a little drafting of its own. And really, there's critical part is what we tell the jury in terms of the effect of their findings. The defense had one version, the state had another version. I think what I've come up with essentially follows the state's version. I'm going to read that particular paragraph for the record, and then I will describe in a general way the other materials that will be in the preliminary instructions. I should state that preliminarily I will explain to the jury what that special verdict is going to look like and what the questions are going to be on the special verdict. And then I will use the following language.
100%, Mandy.
If you answer yes to both questions, the legal conclusion is that the defendant is not responsible for his criminal conduct, and he will be committed to the custody of the Department of Health and Social Services as to that count, and will be placed in an appropriate institution unless the court determines that the defendant would not pose a danger to himself or to others if released under conditions ordered by the court. As to any count on which you do not make such a finding, the defendant will be sentenced in accordance with the criminal law. Now that, I think, is where there was a critical difference of opinion. In addition to that, as I've already said, I will outline to the jury what those special verdicts are going to look like. I've really already done it, but I will do it again. I will also instruct the jury in regard to their disregarding the demeanor of the court, in regard to evidence, what the role of the court is in relation to evidence, what the role of the attorneys is in relation to evidence. I'm talking about the attorney's obligation to object to things which they think are improper evidence. I will instruct as to credibility or believability of witnesses, weight of evidence, that they should not be discussing this case with anyone, including among themselves, until all the evidence is in. I'll talk about the concept of burden of proof without giving it any particular definition. That I will indicate to them I'm reserving until the end of the trial. I will give the instruction, we've already talked about the matter of note-taking, and I will give the standard instruction as far as note-taking is concerned. Upon the conclusion of that, I will then read to them the materials that you have stipulated that the court should be reading to the jury. You may now make your record as to any objection that you have to the court's preliminary instructions, Mr. Boyle.
The only one that I'd like to bring to the court's attention is that the preliminary instruction that I have asked the court to tell them basically would tell them that if they find the defendant sane as to any of the counts, that he would be sentenced to the state prison for a period of his natural life, because that is the mandatory, minimum mandatory sentence the court absolutely must impose without any form of discretion. I think that the law says that the court is to tell the jury the effect of their finding of not guilty by reason of mental illness and the effect of their of their finding, and I submit to you that they're not being told that. They're being told that only that if you find that he is insane for the purposes of shortening up this argument, that he will be committed to the Department of Health and Social Services until such time as he meets a legal criterion for that confinement to be different and changed. And in this case, because the defendant has pled guilty to 16 counts of first-degree murder, or 15 counts, this court has no alternative but to sentence him to 15 life terms, whether it be concurrent or consecutive. So the jury should be told that the effect of their finding of insanity would be that he would go, if they found it on all 15 counts, he would be committed to the Department of Health and Social Services until the court were to find that he no longer poses a danger to himself or to others, and then he would be released under conditions set forth by the court. If the jury were to find that he is not insane, then the court would have no alternative but to sentence Mr. Dahmer to the state prison mandatorily for the rest of his natural life under whatever parole terms are applicable to his situation.
It's an interesting one because it's an insanity case. Yeah, he's already pled guilty. We already know what he's done. To Bobby Hansen's point, it must suck to be a defense lawyer, but everyone deserves defense. And yeah, having Bob Mata on the show, criminal defense attorney, just this week, he was going into that as well. We all have rights in this country. And at the end of the day, even someone like Jeffrey Dahmer, he's being fought for in this case for the insanity plea, whether you agree with that or not, he still deserves this moment in court. And of course we know how this played out. And then even the description from the district attorney that we just heard of how this played out and how calculated it truly was by Dahmer. And he was thinking about these things. He was trying to hide. He was trying to conceal. I mean, he was completely sane when he was committing these acts.
And if the jury were to find the defendant not guilty by reason of mental illness as to some, but guilty of mental illness but sane as others.
Sometimes people are charged, inaccurately, or charges are brought up that are bullshit.
He would be sent to the Department of Health and Social Services to be institutionalized until he was no longer a danger to himself or others, and if that eventuality came to take place, he would then be transported to the state prison to carry out the life sentence that this court must impose. So, in view of the fact that there is no discretion on the part of the court as to the effect of a finding of not guilty by reason of mental illness on some and sane on others, I ask that the jury be told the effect of their verdict. And I do not feel that the words that you use tells them anything at all other than the fact that they will be sentenced in accordance with law. And I think I'm asking the court to tell them what the law says. This isn't 10 to 20. This is nothing other than a mandatory life sentence. And I think the jury should be entitled to know the effect of their findings as to each and every count. And I have so submitted that brief.
Do you have any further objections, Mr. Boyle?
That's it.
Okay.
Well, is other ones or just that one?
What?
Is the other ones? No, I don't have any objections to the other.
Okay. Ms. White, well, first of all, do you have any response to Mr. Boyle? And then...
Just a very brief response, Your Honor. I think what the law is that the jury should be advised of what occurs as this jury instruction does if there is a finding of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect or non-responsibility. As to the additional materials he would wish to include, I believe that focuses the jury on disposition. Disposition is not for the jury to be focused on what will happen if we find this in this way, where will he go? They're not dealing with that. They're dealing simply with the issues that the court's outlining in the special instruction. And I think what we have submitted is basically the standard instruction. The court has, because it's a multiple count case, provided that information, and I think that is the appropriate language, and we'd ask the court to submit it as it indicated.
Just a brief rebuttal, Your Honor, in order to make my record. The Supreme Court of this state in this kind of case said that the court should notify the jury as to the effect of their finding. This jury, unless the court does what I ask, will not know the effect of their finding. They will only know partial effect of their finding.
Can you give me the citations?
Sure. Esser versus State. I got the other ones right here. You want to come up here and help me? I believe it's also in the Well, Judge, if you give me a few moments, I'll be glad to get to see it over the lunch hour, but I have it here. Because I figured this was going to come up, so I tried as best I can. I drafted the instruction and gave it to the court. And if you'd be kind enough to do that, I'd appreciate
Okay,
it.
I will review the citation if it's submitted to me, and I think if after reviewing that, I think there has to be a modification, I'll let you know ahead of time.
Okay, here's one, Judge. The Nelson case, Nelson versus State. I'll get them to you, Your Honor, very briefly. It'll only take us 10 minutes, and I'll give it to your clerk to bring back. Thank you.
In the absence of a case that the court determines requires that information to be given, the court would proceed with the language as the court has already indicated. It would seem to me this language does indicate the effect of their findings on this particular special verdict. And I note that the general concept in our law is that jurors are not told the effect of their decisions. And in fact, it's a general instruction in civil cases that they're supposed to ignore what the impact might be and simply concentrate on the findings of fact that they're supposed to be making. So I will review the authorities, and you've got it there, Mr. Board?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
One of them, Nelson versus State. Got a couple more.
With that, we'll break. I'd like to start at 2 o'clock if possible. This is sort of an example of what judges do on their lunch hours. I know there's always been a curiosity in this community about that. This is not an unusual event in this court. I'm going to start as close to 2 o'clock as I can. Court's in recess.
All right, that was video 2. The opening statements are down. And yeah, we're going to go into video 3 here. Milwaukee Police Detective Patrick Kennedy is going to take the stand. And give me 1 second. Let me go use the bathroom and grab a beer. And we're going to finish this off. This is only a 21-minute video, and this is going to be the last one for today. We're going to be wrapping up the Dahmer Sunday, the beginning of the trial here, and then till next week, till next Sunday at 9 a.m. I appreciate everyone that's come through, everyone that's hanging out. You guys are the best. Love it. All the help that I've gotten. Appreciate it, guys. Thank y'all so much. And yeah, if you do head out the door in the next little bit, as we're going to be winding this thing down with the last little bit here, make sure you hit the like. That really helps us out ultimately. But I'm going to put up the bathroom break video screen here, and I'll be right back. All right, we're going to finish this thing off. I did go and get a brewski to do so, Memorial Day weekend, and it's afternoon. Noon 30 is approached. Pop that thing up. And, yeah, that was 2 brutal opening statements from both sides of the aisle. And, yeah, we're going to go into Milwaukee police detective Patrick Kennedy takes the stand. Yeah, homicide detective Patrick Kennedy was one of the few police officers tasked with getting Jeffrey Dahmer to confess to his crimes. Dahmer was arrested, of course, July 91, after Tracy Edwards, who we've heard many times, was the one that escaped his apartment and called police. When Kennedy arrived at the apartment, he saw Dahmer pinned to the ground. So this is one of the first guys on the scene here. Let me switch this over. It's about 20 minutes. Again, this is going to be wrapping it up today, folks. Thank you all so much for making this a successful first live trial watch for me. I've never done something like this. This is where I want to honestly, take the channel in the future. I appreciate everyone for hanging out. We do a lot of different things here on Publicly Buzzed Live, and yeah, adding to the puzzle. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you all.
Solemnly swear all the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated, sir. And then would you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Patrick Kennedy, Kennedy.
Your Honor, prior to or during the break, I was informed that Ms. White is going to be the person from the District Attorney's Office handling these 2 witnesses. I'd like to make a statement to the court for the jury to understand and for everyone to understand that I am calling Detective Kennedy now so that he may testify as to part of the confession given by Mr. Dahmer. He's going to testify to the early part of the confession that was given by Mr. Dahmer, that subsequent to a certain period of time, Detective Murphy came in on the case, and that he and Detective Kennedy then took most of the other statements from Mr. Dahmer. We are only going to go through the part where Mr. Kennedy was alone. Then we are going to dismiss him with the understanding that the state will be calling him back later for other reasons. Then I'm going to call Detective Murphy to the stand to continue the giving of the confession that was taken by Mr. Dahmer. I am therefore at this time going to ask some preliminary questions, and I'm going to ask that the entire confession be marked as an exhibit, and if it is going to be received, I'm going to ask the court to hold that it not be shown until such time as we have a chance to clean up some of the underlining and things of that nature. So I'd ask that the entire confession that's going to be talked about by Detective Kennedy, Detective Murphy be marked as
It's all correct, Your Honor.
Just so the record's clear, I'm showing you Defendant's Exhibit Number 1 for identification, and I ask you if you look at that briefly, do you know that to be the confession that you and Detective Murphy took from Jeffrey Dahmer, and especially the first 4 pages as being part of that confession, with you personally took from Mr. Dahmer while Detective Murphy was not present?
That's correct, sir.
And as far as you're concerned, you've had opportunity to...
Like that, he just kind of acted like, while he's like, I guess while he continues to speak, I'll look at it side to side. Yes, this is papers. This is definitely papers that I know very well here. Yep, that's them.
Look at this.
That's how George Costanza would have done it.
Total.
Yes, sir, I have.
And the documents that I showed you, the confession that was taken.
Yes, sir, it is.
I move, Your Honor, that the
Stash.
evidence as Defendant's Exhibit 1, the confession given by Mr. Dahmer to the Milwaukee Police Department over a period of days, which will be identified as we go along.
I wish that this microphone right here was a little bit better. It's kind of shitty to hear.
The understanding that I will have an opportunity to remove superfluous things from this document that do not have any relevancy to the issue before this court in this jury.
Your Honor, the state has no objection to the admission with the reservation of those extraneous matters in the confession being removed.
Okay.
We're doing that.
I receive the evidence, but I'm going to have a stipulation as to anything that's to be removed.
We're working on that and doing that.
Okay.
Detective Kennedy, you're a member of the Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes, sir, I am.
For what period of time have you been so employed?
12 years.
And when did you join the Milwaukee Police Department?
In March of 1980.
And what age were you when you joined the police department?
26 years old.
Prior to joining the police department, what, if anything, did you do?
I worked for the state running halfway houses for delinquent youths.
When did you become a detective of the Milwaukee Police Department?
Not quite 3 years ago.
And since that time, you've been functioning as a detective with the department?
That's correct, sir.
Did there come a time on July the 23rd, 1991, while in the course of your official duties as a detective of the Milwaukee Police Department, you came across the person of Jeffrey Dahmer, he being the gentleman seated next to my associate Wendy Patrick?
Yes, sir, that's true.
Let the record reflect that Detective Kennedy has identified Mr. Dahmer. Detective Kennedy, what were the circumstances under which you became aware of Mr. Dahmer, and would you tell the court and the jury how that came about, please?
I was working on a homicide squad on the late shift. My partner, Michael Dubas, and myself were sent to Mr. Dahmer's apartment to investigate a head which was found in the refrigerator.
And that apartment was located at 924 North 25th Street in the city and county of Milwaukee?
That's correct, sir.
What apartment was Mr. Dahmer's apartment? What was the number?
Number 213.
Did you have occasion at that time to make some observations concerning that apartment?
Yes, sir, I did.
But since I've already informed everyone here that we're going to only talk about the statement, we'll limit that aspect of your testimony to that, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you start talking to Mr. Dahmer about anything?
While I was in the apartment, sir?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
Did you have occasion to transport him from the apartment?
Yes, sir, I did.
And who did you transport him with?
In a Milwaukee police van, which is used to convey prisoners, Squad 93, police officer Alan Chesel, and myself.
So you started taking him down where? Downtown?
That's correct, sir.
And he was in custody?
Yes, sir, he was.
You advised him of his constitutional rights?
Yes, sir, I did.
You told him about all of his rights?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask him if he wanted to make a statement?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did he make such a statement to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. You also advised him that he that he had a right not to have an attorney if he wished.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, tell us what you...
Thank you, Vicky, so much coming through with that $5 super chat. She says, thanks for a great show. I will become a member soon. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Love that, Vicky. Thank you.
Who said to Mr. Dahmer and what he said to you?
Remember, every Sunday, 9 a.m., we're going to be picking it up.
During the time that you were present with him, where Detective Murphy was not, okay?
Yes, sir. Would you like
me to read from the exhibit if you wish?
Okay, sir. At this time, I rode along with the suspect Jeffrey L. Dahmer in Squad 93 down to the CIB.
Explain what that is, CIB.
It's called it's initials for the Criminal Investigation Bureau. That's the Detective Bureau.
Please.
Once at the CIB, I advised Jeffrey L. Dahmer of his constitutional rights, and he stated that he fully understood them and that he wished to freely make a statement regarding the incident.
Can you tell us what time of the morning, night, or day it was?
This was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, that would have been on the morning of the 23rd or the morning of the 24th?
That would have been on the morning of the 23rd.
Okay. Continue on, please.
At this time, Mr. Dahmer states that he is 31 years of age, born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He states he moved to Richfield, Ohio when he was about 6 years old, and he was raised there and attended and graduated from Revere High School. He states he spent 3 years in the Army after graduation and moved back to Milwaukee when he was approximately 23 years old or so. The subject states he has a father who lives in Pennsylvania and a mother who lives in California. He states he has one brother, 26, living in Cincinnati, and his grandmother on his father's side lives in Milwaukee. The subject states he was raised in the Protestant faith as he was growing up, but he now considers himself to be an atheist.
Let me just stop you there. Is this a question and answer type of thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
And then later you put down whatever notes you thought were important, and then you transcribed them into the form that you're talking about here?
That is correct, sir.
Continue on.
He admitted that he had been arrested in the past and states he is currently on probation for taking Polaroid pictures of a minor. Subject states that when he was 18 years of age and living in Richfield, Ohio, he picked up a hitchhiker whom he described as a white male about 19 years of age. He states he took him home and had homosexual sex with him, and states they were drinking beer and became intoxicated. He states they got into a physical fight because the 19-year-old individual tried to leave, and that during the fight, he states he struck the hitchhiker with the barbell. He states that the blow of the barbell caused the death of the hitchhiker. And at this time, he took the body out into a wooded area by his house and left it there to decompose for about 2 weeks.
Let me stop there. Did you know that there had been such a murder or a homicide that had taken place when he was 18 years of age at the time that you were talking to him?
No, sir, I did not.
So he volunteered a commission of a murder?
That's correct, sir.
Is that the first murder that he told you about?
Yes, sir, it is.
And you didn't have him on any other murder charges at that time, did you?
I realized that there was a head in the refrigerator.
I understand that, but
no,
you didn't
sir,
have a murder. You didn't say you're under arrest for the murder of?
No, sir.
Okay, go ahead, continue after.
He states he returned with a sledgehammer at this time and used it to break the bones, and then he scattered them about the woods. The subject states he moved to Milwaukee after a 3-year tour in the Army and a 1-year stay in Miami, Florida, where, according to the subject, nothing of this nature happened. Subject states he moved in with his grandmother at 2357 South 57th Street when he returned to Milwaukee. And he states that when he was about 25 years of age and living in Milwaukee, he picked up a white male approximately 25 years of age at the 219 Tavern. He states they got a room at the Ambassador Hotel, and they got very drunk and passed out. Subject states when he woke up, the guy was dead and had blood coming from his mouth.
Let me stop you. Did you know of that homicide at the time that he volunteered it?
No, sir, I did not.
Continue on, please.
He states he went to the mall and bought a large suitcase and stuck the dead body into it. He states he called a cab and placed the suitcase into it and went back to 2357 South 57th Street. He states that he took the dead body down his basement near a floor drain and used a knife to cut the flesh off the body and then dismember the body, placed the various parts into plastic bags, and then threw them into the trash. The subject feels this occurred in 1984 during the summer. He indicates that there had been many times that he has had sex with men where no violence was involved, and states that about 2 months after this incident, he met a Hispanic male about 18 years of age, also at the 219 Club at about 1 a.m. They went back to his grandmother's place and had sex and put sleeping pills in his drink. He states when the guy fell asleep, he strangled him with his hands and took the body down the basement by the drain and used a knife to dismember him and a sledgehammer to break up the bones, and then placed them in plastic bags and threw them into the trash.
Detective Kennedy, did you know of that homicide at the time you were talking to Mr. Dahmer?
No, sir, I did not.
Continue on, please.
He goes on to state about a month later, he met a black and white mixed male, about 20 years of age, at the La Cage, a tavern on National Avenue, and took him back to his grandmother's house where he had sex and used sleeping pills with him. He states when he was asleep, he strangled him and then dismembered his body and disposed of him in the same manner as before.
Did you know of that murder at the time you were talking to Mr. Dahmer?
No, sir, I did not.
Go ahead.
The subject states a year went by and he met a Hispanic male, about 19 years of age, at the 219 Club, and returned with him to his grandmother's house where he again had sex, used sleeping pills, and strangled him, and again dismembered and disposed of the body in the same way.
Once again, you didn't know about that homicide?
No, sir.
Go ahead.
Subject states he moved to 808 North 24th Street and lived there for a year, and was arrested one time for taking pictures of a minor. After 1 year of work release from the House of Correction, he moved back to his grandmother's house and lived there for approximately 6 months. At this time, he moved to 924 North 25th Street, apartment 213. Subject states in the winter of '89, he met a black male about 24 years of age in front of the bookstore on 27th Street and took him to his apartment where he took pictures of him in various sexual poses and had sex with him and put sleeping pills in a coffee and rum drink which he gave to the black male. When the black male fell asleep, he stabbed him with a large hunting knife, which he described as having a 6-inch blade and a black handle. He stabbed him in the neck. After the guy was dead, he put the body in the bathtub and dismembered him. He states he used the knife to dismember him. The subject states he used a plastic trash container or garbage bag and put the bones in it with hydrochloric acid and let them sit for about 3 days until they turned to a mushy substance, and then he flushed them down the toilet. The subject states that he filleted from the body, the subject states the flesh he filleted from the body he put into trash bags and threw them out.
You didn't know of that homicide, did you, at the time you're talking?
No, sir.
Go ahead.
The subject states he also, starting with the third victim, boiled the heads in a cleaning solution and kept the skulls. He kept the skulls in the closet. All identification and jewelry of the victims, he states he cut up and threw out into the garbage. The subject states about 2 months later, he met a black male, about 20 years of age, around Wisconsin and Water, and walked home with him and again had sex, used sleeping pills, which was placed in a coffee mixture, and strangled him. He then dismembered the body and disposed of him in the same manner as before.
You did not know of that murder?
No, sir.
Go ahead.
Subject states he began getting quicker at cutting up the bodies. The subject states about 1 month later, he met a tall black male about 26 years of age at the C'est La Vie, and they took a taxi home to his apartment, and he repeated the same scenario with him, but did not boil and keep his head. The subject states this was due to time constraints. Subject states about 6 months later, he met a black male about 20 years of age while in Chicago, and rode back to Milwaukee by Greyhound bus. He states before this, he met a Chinese male about 15 years of age at the Grand Avenue Mall. This was around May or early June. He states they took a bus back to his apartment. It was during the day or the afternoon. He states the Chinese male posed for Polaroid photos, and then he gave him sleeping pills in the coffee and rum drink. After he passed out, he strangled him and dismembered and disposed of his body parts in the same way as before.
Once again, these last 2 or 3 murders he's talking about, you had no idea about.
That's correct, sir.
Go ahead.
The subject states that the body parts gave off an awful smell in the trash, but no one ever did anything about it, so he just kept following his usual procedure of disposal. Regarding the black male from Chicago, he states that he repeated his usual actions with him. Regarding the head in the refrigerator.
Now, let me stop you there. At the time that you were there, and understanding we're talking primarily about the confession, there was a head found in the refrigerator of his apartment.
That's correct, sir.
It was not identifiable as to whose skull that had been, correct?
Not at that time, sir.
Okay,
no.
Continue talking.
Regarding the head in the refrigerator, he states he met him, a black male about 25 years of age, at 27th and Wisconsin, and took him home and repeated the same actions with him. He states about 1 month ago, he bought a 57-gallon industrial drum and began placing body parts in it. Subject states on about 7/19 of 91, he met a white male about 25 years of age near Marquette University and took him home, had sex with him, gave him sleeping pills in the coffee rum drink, strangled him and filleted him in the bathtub, dismembered him, and placed the body parts in the industrial drum.
Another homicide you did not know about.
That's correct, sir.
Go ahead.
Regarding the Chinese male, the subject states that after giving him sleeping pills, he fell asleep, and he, the subject, went to the bar on 27th Street. He states that as he left the bar, he saw the Chinese guy running down the street naked, and the police saw him and stopped him. And he was not speaking any English, so he talked with police and said that he was a friend of his and that he was staying with him. At this time, he took the Chinese guy back to his apartment, gave him some more coffee and rum solution with the sleeping pills in it, and after he fell asleep again, he strangled him, dismembered him, and disposed of him in the usual way. He then boiled his head. He states it takes about an hour to boil a head. Regarding his last victim, he states that his ID can be found in the bedroom of his apartment.
Was that a fact?
That is correct, sir.
Go ahead.
Regarding 7/23 of 91.
That's the evening or the early morning hours when he was arrested.
Yes, sir. The subject states he met a black male about 25 years of age at the mall on Wisconsin Avenue. He states he offered him $20 in cash to let him take some nude pictures of him. Once at his apartment, they drank rum, and he, the subject, got intoxicated.
When you say the subject, you mean who?
Mr. Dahmer.
Okay.
Subject states that he tried to put handcuffs on the victim, and the victim ran out and got the police. Subject states he is not sure what happened next because he was drunk. Regarding the handcuffs, he would ask his victims if they would allow him to take a bondage picture with the handcuffs on. and that is how he would get them handcuffed. The subject states there is an ID from the male he met on 27th in Wisconsin in his wallet.
Is that a fact? Was that a fact?
Yes, sir, it was.
Go ahead.
The subject states that all his victims knew that homosexual activity was the idea and possibly pictures.
There's a movie, this made me think of this, Who Doesn't Keep a Head in Their Freezer? There's a movie where two serial killers like meet up, end up like, and they don't know that they're serial killers and they're both trying to kill each other. Or maybe they're both trying to kill the same girl, something like that. But I think they're actually trying to kill each other. And I always thought that'd be crazy interesting in real life. You get, which completely different generations, but Jeffrey Dahmer and Ed Gein, similar style murderers.
At this time, after the subject gave me this statement verbally, I advised him that I would like to write it down verbatim on paper.
In the weirdest ways.
However, before I did so, I would like to get another detective
completely broken. You have to throw him away, restart.
to sit in and be witness to this statement. He stated he understood and that he wished to cooperate. And at this time, I went and got Detective Dennis Murphy, who entered the room. And together we reiterated his constitutional rights, which he stated he understood and that he wished to waive them in order to help us with this investigation. It was during this time that a 4-page confession was written out by myself, Detective Kennedy, and read back to the subject, who also read it and then stated that it was accurate and true. And then he signed it, Jeffrey Dahmer. He also initialed each page of the 4-page confession. It should be noted that during this entire time that I spoke with the subject, Jeffrey Dahmer, he was given...
So, I mean, I know that he got caught, but I mean, was he just tired? You know, they get him down to the station and he's just like, here it is. Even right here, you know, they know the guilt. The argument is the insanity.
Numerous cigarettes, 4 to 5...
Maybe he's that smart. My only move here is now is being insane.
Cups of coffee, 2 glasses of water, 2 cans of Coca-Cola. He was also allowed to use the bathroom upon request. This entire confession started at approximately 1:30 a.m. and finished at approximately 7:15 a.m. After the confession was completely written out, read over, and signed by the subject, he was asked if there was anything that he would like to do or if he was hungry. He stated that he was not hungry and probably will not be hungry for a long time. However, he would just like to sit and talk about the offenses a little bit more. The conversation which followed at this time has been recorded by Detective Dennis Murphy, and he will file a detailed supplementary regarding what was said during this interview.
Okay, now, you understand now that I understand that you're going to be called back later for additional questioning by either side.
Yes, sir.
But during the time, just so it's clear, he was very cooperative.
Yes, sir, he was.
And he was not intoxicated.
No, sir, he was not.
And he seemed to understand what you were asking him, and you understood his answers.
Yes, sir, he did.
So this was done in a colloquy back and forth, and what you're telling us here is you put down these words after you talked to him, looking at your notes, and then eventually he signed the papers.
That's correct, sir.
Were these the papers that he signed?
These papers here?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
Okay, something else that you wrote out.
That is correct, sir.
Is it exactly the same thing, only in handwritten form?
Yes, sir, it is.
So you wrote everything here out in handwritten form. Mr. Dahmer read it, said it was correct, signed it, and then you took all of that same information and typed it up, and that's what you just read.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And we'll see you again, Detective Kennedy.
Any questions at this time?
Not at this time. Detective Kennedy may be recalled at a later time.
Okay, give me a step down, sir.
Detective Murphy.
Reason to.
Thanks.
And that is the third video on this Sunday installment of the Jeffrey Dahmer trial. Looking back, really, I mean, this is going to be some classic trials we're going to be doing here on Publicly Buzzed Live again as we move forward on Sundays. Hopefully I can get some guests on here. Hopefully Dan I can get to join me also. Maybe get Jay on here. Hell, maybe get Bob Mott on here. Wouldn't that be interesting? Hopefully make that happen. Thank you everybody that hung out all day long. I know this has been a long one. This is again a completely different type of stream for Publicly Buzzed Live. We stream every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Tuesday and Thursday, I'm thinking of moving to 10 p.m. Eastern time. I'll usually go at 9 p.m., but 10 kind of fits for both me and Dan, even though I do a solo gig on Tuesday nights. But Fridays, Feral Fridays, it's what it's deemed now. Mandy from chat, never not give her credit for that. 10:30 p.m. Eastern time, we get a little bit wilder, and you never know who's going to be popping on the show for some crime talk and some conspiracy talk and some who knows what the fuck talk. But yeah, thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate it. As you head out the door today, please hit the like. That helps me out in the algorithm after the fact. Also share this to your community, share this out on Facebook, share this out on Twitter. YouTube really likes that as well. And if you're not subbed up, if you've hung out this long and you're not subbed up, you're a psychopath. I don't know what's wrong with you, but do it. Hit the 3 little dots on the side and make sure all notifications are clicked. That way you get all the community posts that I'm posting all day long, and you're getting all the live streams, and you're getting all the videos. Look out for a video for later today. Yesterday I posted a clip from the Bob Motta stream from this week, and I'm going to be digging up some more clips as well. And before I let you guys go, please follow me on Twitter. Trying to grow the Twitter. Or I've just opened this thing and I'm already getting buzzed up. I use Twitter all day long. I have a lot of fun there. I get a little bit wilder on Twitter. I will never not say Mandy. But thank you guys so much. Groot, thank you all the people that came through and gave supers. You are amazing. All the new members, thank you. You are amazing. We're going to keep growing this thing. We're going to turn this into a monster. Let's do it. Okay. Bringing positivity to the true crime community, even through the face of some of the most traumatic and insane cases that we're going to find. And this one is an absolute perfect example of that. Buzz, did you work on a Titanic film? No, I don't think that I worked on the Titanic film. But yes, thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. And yeah, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go and get some food and probably have a few more drinks and enjoy the rest of this Memorial Day weekend. If you are a veteran, thank you so much for your service. Memorial Day is tomorrow, actually, and I've got the 3-day weekend. I know a lot of folks do, and it's take a moment to know exactly why we are free in this country. I know I'd have viewers from all across the globe, but specifically if you're in the United States of America, if you're in the USA, yeah, take a second and have a drink for the servicemen and women. But thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. Bam. I like the idea of starting these out with a coffee and then finishing them with a brew, right? We'll start in the morning and go into the early afternoon here, and then we'll have the rest of the Sundays to kind of do whatever. I know that's what I will use them for, and luckily I'm actually off tomorrow. Normally a Monday is a work day, but yeah, thank you guys so much. Appreciate the hell out of it. I'm actually going to get the hell out of here. I'm terrible. I'm horrible at it. Yeah, Jay's stream. Let me promote that real quick, Caitlin. Jay's stream, 4 p.m. Eastern time. Let me actually pop up Jay's channel as well. I'm going to do that just real quick. Probably my new actual favorite YouTube channel, and that's no bullshit. They will be going live at 4 today. Let's see if he's got it already up there. Yeah, 4 o'clock today. So, yeah, and let me bring the actual channel over. You guys can see it, and then let me get my fucking face off here. 1 second. Boom. And make sure you're following the Shaming of Jay. Just hit 3K and continuing to grow super, super fast. But yeah, they're going to be going live at 4 o'clock today. And yeah, I should see Kaylin in there as well. It's going to be a good time. It's always a good time in there, actually. And yeah, I think they're going to be going over the best parts of the Gwyneth Paltrow trial, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, it's going to be good stuff. It's going to be fun. Thank you guys so much. I am terrible at ending these. You're going to learn that real quick if you're new here. I will end it about 5 or 6 different times. I'm not good at it, but thank you guys so much. Let's have a good Sunday. Happy Memorial Day. Blah.
Hey, we shoot them up bang bang over here. We not scared of they motherfucking ass.